Alright, hear me out. What if Deku remembered being Roy Mustang and decided, nah, I'm done with weak protagonists? We're talking calculated murder, zero hesitation, and Bakugo getting turned into barbecue for his mistakes. If you've ever wanted to watch someone with Black Air Force energy absolutely demolish MHA's power scaling, you're in the right place. Let's get it.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
General Roy Mustang died on a Tuesday. Not in battle, not in some grand sacrifice. He died at his desk, surrounded by mountains of paperwork in the country he'd spent his entire life trying to perfect. The Flame Alchemist, hero of Ishval, survivor of the Promised Day, architect of Amestris' new democracy, died of old age with a pen in his hand and regret in his heart. His last thought wasn't of victory. It was of all the corruption he hadn't burned away. All the monsters who'd escaped his flames, all the systems of rot that persisted even after Father's defeat. If I had another lifetime, he thought as darkness claimed him, I would burn it all down and build something better. Then he opened his eyes and screamed. The world was too bright, too loud, his body wouldn't obey him. Massive faces loomed overhead, speaking in a language he didn't recognize. Panic seized him. Where were his gloves? Where was Hawkeye? Where was... A woman with green hair held him close, tears streaming down her face, and something in her warmth cut through his confusion. The memories came flooding back, not replacing his identity, but merging with it. Roy Mustang, Izuku Midoriya, 2 names, 1 soul. He was an infant, again. Well, he thought with dark amusement as his new mother cooed at him, I did ask for another lifetime. The years passed. Roy, no, Izuku now, adapted quickly. This world was different. No alchemy, but something called quirks. Superpowers manifested in 80% of the population. Society had evolved around these abilities, creating a new class system, those with power and those without. And at the top, heroes. Izuku watched television with his mother, studying these so-called champions of justice. They wore bright costumes, fought villains, and saved civilians with flashy displays of their quirks. The media adored them. Children worshipped them. The entire social structure revolved around them. But Izuku saw what others didn't. He saw the corruption. The hero rankings based on popularity rather than competence. The celebrity culture that prioritized merchandise sales over actual protection. The systemic failures that let villains like the League slip through the cracks. The way society abandoned the Quirkless, treating them as second-class citizens. It's Amestris all over again, he realized. Different window dressing. Same rotten foundation, his mother worried when he didn't manifest a quirk by age 4. She cried when the doctor confirmed he was quirkless. Izuku patted her hand with the patience of a man who'd lived a full lifetime before. It's okay, Mom, he said. I don't need a quirk to be strong. He had something better. He had the secrets of the gate. He had decades of combat experience. He had the knowledge of flame alchemy burned into his soul. And... he had a goal. This world needs reforming. But first, I need to understand it. I need to infiltrate the system, rise through the ranks, and then burn away the corruption from the inside, just like I planned in Amestris. Except this time, I'll do it right. Izuku began his preparations. He studied this world's chemistry, confirming that the principles of combustion remained the same. He researched materials, looking for something that could replicate his ignition cloth. He exercised, training his young body with the discipline of a soldier, and he watched. He observed heroes, villains, and civilians. He analyzed their tactics, their weaknesses, their motivations. He was 6 years old when he met Katsuki Bakugo. The explosive blonde reminded him immediately of envy, arrogant, cruel, convinced of his own superiority. Bakugo lorded his powerful quirk over the other children, especially targeting those he deemed weak. When he learned Izuku was quirkless, his bullying intensified. Useless Deku! Bakugo shouted. using a cruel nickname that combined Izuku with Dekunobu, wooden puppet. "You'll never be a hero. You're just taking up space." Izuku stared at him with the dead eyes of an Ishvalan war veteran. He'd seen countless soldiers like Bakugo, young, talented, drunk on their own power, the type who'd gun down civilians and call it acceptable casualties, the type who'd follow orders without question, then claim they were just doing their duty, the type who became monsters. "I see," Izuku said calmly. "You believe power gives you the right to determine others' worth." "Damn right." Bakugo's palms crackled with small explosions. "The strong rule, the weak die. That's how the world works." "No," Izuku replied. "That's how children think the world works. Power without discipline is just destruction. Strength without purpose is meaningless, and arrogance without wisdom." He smiled thinly. "That just makes you a target." Bakugo lunged at him. Izuku sidestepped with military precision, tripped him, and walked away while the blonde face planted into the dirt. The teachers did nothing. They never did. Bakugo's powerful quirk made him a promising hero candidate. Izuku's quirkless status made him expendable. The system protects the strong and abandons the weak, just like the Emestrian military. Just like every corrupt institution I've ever seen, Izuku's resolve hardened. He would change this world. But first, he needed to enter the hero system. He needed UA High School, the most prestigious hero academy in Japan. And he needed his gloves. By age 14, Izuku had synthesized his own version of Pyrotech's ignition cloth. It wasn't easy without Amestras's alchemy research, but chemistry was chemistry. He'd spent years testing different flame-retardant materials embedded with combustion catalysts. The gloves he created were masterpieces of engineering, able to withstand the heat of his flames while providing the precise spark needed for ignition. He tested them in an abandoned warehouse district, just far from civilian areas. Izuku pulled on the white gloves, studied the transmutation circles he'd carefully embroidered on the palms, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound echoed like a gunshot. A spark flew from his fingers, ignited the precisely controlled oxygen in the air, and exploded in a concentrated burst of flame. The fireball expanded, roared, and dissipated, leaving scorch marks on the concrete. Izuku felt the familiar rush of power, the connection to the gate that existed beyond this world's understanding. The absolute control over combustion that had made him the Flame Alchemist. He smiled. "Welcome back," he whispered to the flames. Over the next months, he trained relentlessly, relearning the precise finger snaps needed for different flame patterns, practicing the arrays that would let him manipulate oxygen concentration, perfecting the split-second timing required for combat. He was ready. UA's entrance exam consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a practical exam fighting robot villains in a mock city. The robots were worth different points based on difficulty. Students needed to destroy them to accumulate points. Izuku walked into the testing area with his hands in his pockets, ignition gloves concealed beneath his jacket. Around him, other examinees buzzed with nervous energy, discussing their quirks and strategies. He ignored them. He'd fought in a war. He'd battled homunculi. He'd stared down gods. Robots didn't scare him. "Begin!" Present Mike's voice boomed across the testing area. The other students charged forward, eager to rack up points. Izuku walked calmly into the mock city, pulled on his gloves, and raised his hand. A 3-pointer robot rounded the corner, targeting him with built-in weapons. Snap! The robot exploded. Not just damaged, completely obliterated. Metal fragments rained down like still glowing red-hot. Izuku continued walking. Snap! 2 1-pointers gone. Snap! A 2-pointer reduced to slag. He moved through the mock city like a force of nature, each finger snap precisely calculated for maximum destruction. He didn't waste movement, didn't waste breath. Every step was purposeful. Every attack was lethal. The observation room fell silent as the teachers watched this quirkless student systematically destroy everything in his path. "What is that?" Present Mike whispered. "That," Aizawa Shota said slowly, "is someone who's fought in a real war." All Might leaned forward, studying Izuku's movements. The boy moved with military precision, no wasted energy, no hesitation. And those flames, they weren't a quirk. The pattern was wrong. The mechanics didn't match any known fire generation ability. "What's his name?" All Might asked. "Izuku Midoriya," Principal Nezu replied, his paws steepled. "Registered as Quirkless. No records of any ability. He shouldn't be able to do that." On screen, Izuku faced down 5 robots simultaneously. He snapped his fingers 5 times in rapid succession, each snap directed at a different target. 5 explosions. 5 destroyed robots. 78 villain points, Nezu murmured. With 3 minutes remaining, he'll break the entrance exam record. Then the ground shook. The zero-pointer emerged, a massive robot designed as an obstacle to avoid, not fight. It towered over the buildings, designed to test the students' decision-making under pressure. Most students ran. Izuku stopped walking, turned, looked up at the mechanical giant bearing down on him. He smiled. Bigger target means more surface area to burn, he said. He pulled off his jacket, revealing the gloves fully. Took a combat stance and began snapping. Snap, 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 snappy. Explosions erupted across the zero-pointer's body. Precision strikes at joints, at armor seams, at structural weak points. Izuku moved while attacking, repositioning constantly, never staying still. His fingers blurred as he unleashed a barrage of flame attacks that turned the massive robot into a walking inferno. Impossible. Present Mike breathed. That's a zero-pointer. It's meant to be unbeatable. He's treating it like a tactical operation, Aizawa observed. Targeting critical systems, disabling mobility, creating cascade failures. Izuku leaped onto a piece of rubble, gaining elevation. He looked at the weakened giant, now listing to one side, armor melting from the sustained assault. He snapped his fingers one final time. The explosion was apocalyptic. A shaped charge of concentrated flame that punched through the zero-pointer's core, detonating its power systems from the inside. The robot collapsed in a spectacular display of fire and destruction. Izuku landed gracefully as debris rained around him. He dusted off his gloves and checked his watch. 15 seconds to spare. The entrance exam ended. Izuku walked out of the testing area, past students staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. In the observation room, All Might turned to Principal Nezu. "We need to accept him." "Already done," Nezu replied, his eyes gleaming. "But Toshinori? That boy is dangerous. I've seen soldiers, I've seen warriors, but I've never seen someone that young with that much control over lethal force." "He could be a great hero," All Might said, hopefully, "or something far more terrifying," Aizawa added. "Someone should keep a close eye on him." Nezu nodded slowly. "Agreed. But first, let's see what kind of student he becomes." Results came a week later. Izuku opened the letter expecting acceptance, but not expecting what he found. A personal note from Principal Nezu requesting a meeting before term started. Izuku arrived at UA on the scheduled date, wearing a simple black suit. Professional. Controlled. He looked like a government official, not a 15-year-old student. Nezu greeted him in his office with tea already prepared. "Midoriya, thank you for coming. Please, sit." Izuku sat, accepting the tea with a nod of acknowledgement. "You're wondering why I asked to meet," Nezu said. "The answer is simple. I'm curious. You destroyed the entrance exam with abilities that aren't registered as a quirk. You moved with military precision. You showed absolutely no hesitation when using lethal force on your targets." "They were robots," Izuku replied calmly, "not living beings." "True, but you didn't hesitate to destroy them completely. Most students tried to disable the robots with minimal force, conserving energy. You obliterated them." Nezu sipped his tea. "That suggests either exceptional confidence in your abilities or extensive combat experience." "Both," Izuku said simply. Nezu's eyes narrowed. "You're 15 years old. Where would you gain combat experience?" "That's a long story." "I have time." Izuku considered. He'd known this question would come eventually. The tactical genius reborn as a teenager would inevitably raise suspicions. He could lie, but lies were fragile. The truth, edited carefully, would serve better. "Have you ever considered," Izuku said slowly, "that some people might remember things they shouldn't? Experiences that don't belong to their current lifetime?" Nezu froze, teacup halfway to his lips. "Reincarnation? Call it what you like. Past life memories. Genetic memory. A quirk that manifested as total recall of another existence." Izuku met Nezu's gaze steadily. "The mechanism doesn't matter. The result is the same. I remember being someone else. Someone who fought in a war. Someone who learned to use abilities that don't exist in this world." "The flames. Alchemy," Izuku corrected. "The science of understanding, deconstructing, and reconstructing matter. In my previous life, I specialized in flame alchemy, manipulating oxygen concentration and creating instantaneous combustion through precise catalysts." He held up his gloved hand. These contain special materials that create sparks when I snap my fingers. When that combined with my ability to sense and manipulate oxygen density through, he paused, through a connection to something beyond conventional understanding. The effect is the same as a fire-based quirk, but the mechanism is completely different. Nezu set down his teacup, his paws trembling slightly. If what you're saying is true, you're the first documented case of genuine reincarnation with full memory retention in modern history. The implications are staggering. Only if anyone believes me, Izuku pointed out. I have no proof, no way to verify my claims. For all practical purposes, I'm just a quirkless student with unusual abilities and some psychological quirks. Your combat experience could be explained by rigorous self-training and studying military tactics, Izuku interrupted. My knowledge of chemistry could come from extensive reading. My confidence could be natural personality. There's no way to prove I'm anything more than a gifted, well-prepared student. Nezu stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. A genuine, delighted sound. You're right, of course. Unprovable. Unfalsifiable. But I believe you, Midoriya. Do you know why? Because I move like someone who's already lived and died once. Someone who's seen things that change them fundamentally. Exactly. Nezu leaned back in his chair. I was subjected to horrific experiments before the enhanced protection laws for intelligent non-humans. I know what it looks like when someone carries trauma that shaped their entire worldview. You have that same weight in your eyes. Izuku said nothing, acknowledged the observation with a slight nod. So, Nezu continued, let me be direct. What are your goals, Midoriya? Why become a hero? To reform the system from within, Izuku replied without hesitation. This world's hero society is corrupt. The ranking system prioritizes popularity over effectiveness. Quirkless individuals are systematically discriminated against. Villains are created by social failures, then punished without addressing root causes. The entire structure needs rebuilding. And you think you can do that? I've done it before. Different world. Same problems. I helped tear down a military dictatorship and establish democracy. It took years, sacrifices, compromises, but we succeeded. Izuku's eyes hardened. I'll do it again here. Become the top hero, gain political influence, change laws, rebuild institutions, burn away corruption like dead wood. You sound like a revolutionary, not a hero student. The only difference between a revolutionary and a hero is who's writing the history books. Nezu laughed again. Fair point. Very well, Midoriya. I'll accept your explanation. Reincarnation, unusual quirk, whatever the truth might be. Your abilities are clearly effective for hero work. Your entrance exam performance was outstanding. You'll be placed in Class 1A. Thank you, Principal. One warning, though. Nezu's expression turned serious. UA is a school. Your classmates will be children, talented children, but children nonetheless. They'll make mistakes, show poor judgment, be arrogant or reckless. That's normal for teenagers. I understand. Do you? Because I saw your face during the entrance exam, when you destroyed those robots. You showed the expression of a soldier eliminating enemies, not a student overcoming obstacles. If you carry that mindset into interactions with your peers, Nezu trailed off meaningfully. I won't hurt my classmates, Izuku said firmly. I'm not a monster. I didn't say you were. But there's a difference between controlled aggression in training and... I know where the line is, Izuku interrupted quietly. I've crossed it before. I know exactly what it looks like and what it costs. I won't go there unless someone crosses it first. The two stared at each other across the desk. Nezu nodded slowly. Then we have an understanding. Welcome to UA, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing what kind of hero you become. Izuku stood, bowed respectfully, and left. Nezu sat in his office long after, staring at his cold tea. He'd met many students over the years. Prodigies, geniuses, fighters. But Izuku Midoriya was something else entirely. He was a soldier who'd been given a second chance. The question was, would he use it to build something better, or would he burn this world down trying to fix it? The first day of classes at UA arrived. Izuku walked through the massive doors of Class 1A, noting the defensive architecture, the reinforced walls, the emergency exits. Old instincts died hard. Most of the class had already arrived. Students clustered in groups, excitedly discussing their quirks and the entrance exam. Izuku recognized several faces from the exam but didn't approach. He took a seat in the back corner, Best sightlines, fastest exit route, and waited. Then Katsuki Bakugo walked in. Izuku felt his jaw tighten. Of course. Of course the explosive brat would be here. He'd known it was possible. Bakugo had a powerful quirk and the grades to qualify, but he'd hoped the universe would spare him this particular annoyance. Their eyes met across the classroom. Bakugo's face twisted with rage. You! Useless Deku! What the hell are you doing here? The classroom fell silent. Other students turned to watch the confrontation. Izuku stared at Bakugo with the flat, dead gaze of someone who'd stared down homunculi. My name is Izuku Midoriya. If you can't remember that, stay silent. I don't acknowledge that ridiculous nickname. I'll call you whatever I want, you quirkless piece of... No, Izuku interrupted calmly. You won't. Because if you continue to harass me, I'll file an official complaint with the school administration documenting years of bullying, assault, and death threats. I have records, witnesses, evidence, and now that we're at UA, such behavior constitutes a major violation of the Hero Code of Conduct. He smiled thinly. So please, continue. Give me a reason. Bakugo's palm sparked with explosions. Several students gasped, backing away. Is there a problem? Everyone turned. A disheveled man in a sleeping bag had somehow appeared in the doorway. Aizawa Shota, Eraserhead, regarded the class with tired eyes. No problem, Izuku said pleasantly. Bakugo was just leaving to find his assigned seat. Bakugo glared murder at him, but stalked to a desk on the opposite side of the room. Aizawa's eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment before he addressed the class. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Put on your gym clothes and meet me outside. We're doing a quirk assessment test. The class erupted in excited chatter as they headed to the locker rooms. Izuku remained seated until most had left, then stood and made his way to change. He found himself next to a tall, earnest-looking boy with glasses who immediately began introducing himself. I am Tenya Ida. You performed admirably during the entrance exam. Your precise destruction of the villain robots was most impressive. Thank you, Izuku replied neutrally. Though I must ask, what is your quirk? I didn't recognize the mechanism of your fire generation. It seemed distinctly different from typical flame-based abilities. It's complicated. I see, a complex quirk then. How fascinating. I look forward to working with you as classmates. Izuku nodded politely and finished changing. Ida seemed harmless, earnest, rule-abiding, genuine. Not a threat, not an asset, simply a classmate. Outside, Aizawa had the class line up for various physical tests. A softball throw, a sprint, a long jump, grip strength, standard measurements, but done using quirks. UA doesn't believe in coddling students, Aizawa explained. If you can't perform at a professional level, you don't belong here. Whoever comes in last place in these tests will be expelled immediately. The class protested. Aizawa's expression didn't change. Welcome to Hero Society. Life isn't fair. Villains won't give you a break because you're having a bad day. Improve or leave. Izuku approved. Finally, a teacher who understood that protection required competence, not just good intentions. The tests began. Students showed off their quirks, enhanced strength, speed, flexibility. A girl with pink skin and acid abilities melted through the grip strength test. A boy with a tail used it for enhanced jumping. A half-white, half-red-haired student generated ice for mobility. Then Bakugo stepped up for the softball throw. He wound up and launched the ball with a massive explosion, sending it flying. Die! He screamed as it soared. 705.2 meters, Aizawa announced. Bakugo smirked. Beat that, you extras? Izuku's turn came. He picked up the softball, pulled on his gloves, and walked to the throwing circle. Around him, students whispered, What's his quirk? I heard he's quirkless. Then how did he pass the entrance exam? Izuku tuned them out. Focused. Calculated trajectory, air resistance, optimal explosion angle. He tossed the ball straight up. Snapped his fingers. Snap! The explosion launched the ball like a railgun. It disappeared into the sky, a tiny speck that kept climbing. Aizawa checked his device. His eyes widened fractionally. 982.6 meters. The class erupted in shock. Bakugo's face turned purple with rage. What? That's impossible. Deku doesn't have a quirk. I don't, Izuku agreed calmly. I have something better. Skill. Bakugo lunged at him, explosions crackling in his palms. Aizawa's eyes flashed red, his capture scarf shooting out to restrain the blonde. Fighting outside of authorized training will result in expulsion, Aizawa said flatly. Bakugo, stand down. Now. Bakugo struggled against the restraints, glaring hatred at Izuku. Aizawa's scarf tightened. I said, "Stand down." Finally, Bakugo stopped fighting. Aizawa released him with a warning look. The tests continued. Izuku performed well in all of them, not the absolute best in every category, but consistently high-ranking. His years of military training gave him excellent physical conditioning, and his flame alchemy compensated for the lack of a quirk in strength and mobility tests. Final rankings were announced. Izuku placed third overall. A girl named Momo Yaoyorozu placed first through a versatile creation quirk. The half-ice, half-fire student Shoto Todoroki placed second. Bakugo placed fourth. "No one is being expelled," Aizawa announced. It was a logical ruse to ensure you gave maximum effort. The class relaxed. Izuku hadn't fallen for it. He'd recognized the psychological tactic immediately, but didn't comment. As they headed back to change, a pink-skinned girl bounced up beside him. "That was so cool. The way you just boom, and the ball went flying. I'm Mina Ashido." Izuku glanced at her. Pink skin, yellow eyes, black sclera, pink hair with small yellow horns. Her enthusiasm was genuine, her smile infectious. She reminded him of, he pushed the memory away. Riza Hawkeye had been a consummate professional, serious and deadly. This girl was nothing like her. "Izuku Midoriya," he replied. "I know, you totally destroyed those robots in the entrance exam. Everyone's talking about you. What's your quirk called?" "It's not a quirk." "Wait, really? Then how do you—" She snapped her fingers, mimicking him. "Make the fire go boom." Despite himself, Izuku found the corner of his mouth twitching. "Alchemy. It's complicated." "Alchemy? Like medieval science stuff? That's so cool. You have to teach me sometime." "Maybe," Izuku said, non-committally. Mina grinned. "I'll take that as a yes. See you in class, Midoriya." She bounced away, leaving Izuku slightly bemused. Energetic, friendly, persistent. Not at all what he'd expected from hero students. The first week of classes passed quickly. Standard subjects in the morning, math, language, history, and hero training in the afternoon. Izuku excelled at academics through decades of experience and found the coursework almost laughably easy. Hero training was more interesting. All Might taught it personally. The number one hero reduced to skin and bones between his transformations, but still charismatic and inspiring. "Today," All Might announced, "we'll be doing battle training. Heroes versus villains. You'll be divided into teams and fight in simulated urban environments." The class cheered. Izuku remained silent, already analyzing possible team compositions and strategies. Teams were drawn randomly. Izuku was paired with a quiet, invisible girl named Toru Hagakure. Their opponents, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Of course, Izuku thought. The universe has a sick sense of humor. The exercise was simple. Heroes had to either capture the villains or retrieve a fake bomb within the time limit. Villains had to prevent this. Bakugo's team played the villains. Izuku's team were the heroes. They were given time to strategize. Ida approached it seriously, planning defensive positions. Bakugo, Izuku noted through the observation cameras, just grinned maniacally and cracked his knuckles. "He's going to ignore the objective and come straight for me," Izuku told Hagakure. "He's predictable that way. I'll handle him. You find the bomb and touch it to win." "Are you sure?" Hagakure asked nervously. "Bakugo is really strong." "So am I," Izuku replied simply. He pulled on his gloves. "Trust me. Just find the objective." The exercise began. Izuku and Hagakure entered the building, a multi-story structure designed to simulate urban hero work. Hagakure immediately disappeared, her invisibility quirk making her undetectable. Izuku walked calmly down the corridor, his footsteps echoing. "Come out, Bakugo," he called. "I know you're here." An explosion answered him. Bakugo burst through a wall, face twisted with rage. "Deku, I'm gonna blow you to pieces." "That's assault," Izuku replied calmly. "This is supposed to be a capture exercise." "I don't care!" Bakugo fired a massive blast. Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap! The explosion intercepted Bakugo's attack midair, creating a concussive shockwave that shattered windows and cracked walls. Smoke filled the corridor. Izuku walked through it, his eyes cold. "You are loud, and you lack discipline." Bakugo emerged from the smoke, soot-covered and furious. "What did you say?" "I'm going to teach you the difference between a firecracker and an inferno." Bakugo roared and charged, both hands crackling with explosions. Izuku waited until the last second, then snapped, snap. The floor beneath Bakugo exploded. The blonde stumbled off balance. Izuku snapped again, snap. Another explosion, this one catching Bakugo's arm, spinning him around. Izuku moved with military precision, each attack calculated to disorient and disable without causing permanent injury. Snap. 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 Bakugo tried to fight back, but Izuku was always a step ahead. Explosions erupted around the blonde, hurting him, controlling his movement, preventing any effective counterattack. In the observation room, the class watched in awe. "He's toying with him," Todoroki observed. "Not toying," Yaoyorozu corrected. "Demonstrating. He's showing Bakugo the difference in their skill levels." All Might watched with growing concern. This wasn't hero training. This was a soldier dismantling an inferior opponent. Back in the building, Izuku had backed Bakugo into a corner. The blonde's costume was scorched, his face soot-stained, his pride shattered. "You think you're strong because you have a powerful quirk," Izuku said quietly, "but strength without strategy is just noise. Power without discipline is just destruction." He raised his gloved hand. "You want to be a hero? Start by learning when not to fight." He snapped. Snap. The explosion was controlled, just enough force to trigger Bakugo's costume's emergency restraint system, binding his arms. Captured. "Damn it!" Bakugo screamed, struggling against the restraints. "Let me go. I'll kill you." "You've already lost," Izuku replied. He turned and walked away. Learn from it. Seconds later, Hagakure touched the fake bomb. The heroes won. Back in the observation room, All Might ended the exercise. The class filed in to watch the review. Buzzing with excited conversation about the fight, Bakugo stormed in last, face black with rage and humiliation. "Excellent work, young Midoriya," All Might said, though his smile looked strained. "Though I must say, some of those attacks were quite aggressive for a capture exercise." "I used the minimum force necessary to restrain my opponent," Izuku replied calmly. Bakugo's explosive quirk and aggressive fighting style required equally aggressive countermeasures. "I didn't cause any permanent injuries." "That's true," All Might admitted. "Still, in the future, try to remember these are training exercises, not actual combat situations." Noted. The next team's match began. Izuku sat in the back of the observation room, aware of the other students' wary glances. He'd made an impression, not necessarily a positive one. Mina plopped down next to him. "That was intense. You totally kicked Bakugo's butt." "I just had better tactics," Izuku replied. "Still, the way you moved and the timing of those explosions, it was like you could predict exactly what he'd do." "He's predictable. Aggressive fighters usually are." Mina studied him curiously. "You sound like you've fought a lot, like actual fights, not just training." Izuku said nothing. Mina took that as confirmation. "Cool," she said simply. "Hey, you want to get lunch together after class? I want to hear more about this alchemy thing." Izuku glanced at her. Her smile was genuine. Her interest seemed sincere, not calculated. She was just a friendly girl wanting to know a classmate better. "Sure," he said. Mina beamed. "Awesome. It's a date." "It's lunch," Izuku corrected. Potato, Mina replied cheerfully. Despite himself, Izuku felt something warm in his chest. It had been a long time since someone had shown him simple, uncomplicated friendliness. Maybe this world wasn't completely like Amestris. Maybe there was something worth protecting here beyond just the abstract goal of reform. Lunch became a regular thing. Mina was persistent, dragging Izuku to the cafeteria and chattering cheerfully about classes, her quirk, her hero costume design ideas. Izuku mostly listened, offering occasional comments, finding himself oddly relaxed around her enthusiasm. Other students began warming up to him as well. Kirishima, a red-haired boy with a hardening quirk, declared Izuku super manly for standing up to Bakugo. Kaminari, an electric-type user, kept asking him to teach him precision control techniques. Even Todoroki, the aloof ice-fire user, occasionally sought his tactical advice, but Bakugo's hatred festered. The blonde glared at Izuku constantly, muttered threats under his breath, picked fights in training sessions. Aizawa shut most of it down, but the hostility was palpable. Izuku tolerated it. Barely. He's just a child, Izuku reminded himself. Arrogant, yes. Undisciplined, absolutely. But still just a teenager who doesn't know better. Give him time. Give him guidance. He might grow out of it, but memories of Ishval haunted him. Memories of soldiers who'd never grown out of their cruelty. Who'd escalated until they became monsters. Where's the line? He wondered. When do you stop giving chances and start delivering consequences? He didn't know. Not yet. The USJ incident happened 3 weeks into the term, but the class was supposed to have rescue training at the unforeseen simulation joint, a massive facility designed to simulate various disaster scenarios. All Might was supposed to be there, but had used up his transformation time and couldn't attend. Aizawa took the class alone. They'd barely arrived when the lights flickered. A swirling purple portal opened in the central plaza. Figures emerged, dozens of them. Villains. "Stay back," Aizawa ordered, his capture scarf already deployed. 13. Protect the students. A figure emerged from the portal. Pale blue hair, hands covering his body, scratching his neck compulsively. "Where's All Might?" the man, Shigaraki Tamura, asked. "We came to kill All Might." The villains attacked. Aizawa leaped into action, his erasure quirk shutting down villain abilities as his scarf captured multiple opponents simultaneously. He was skilled, experienced, clearly a veteran hero, but he was one man against dozens. The purple portal, a villain called Kurogiri, expanded, attempting to warp the students to different zones where they'd be isolated and vulnerable. "Everyone, evacuate." 13 shouted. Izuku's combat instincts kicked in. He analyzed the situation in seconds. Overwhelming numbers, coordinated attack, specific target. This wasn't random, this was planned. The portal attempted to warp him. Izuku snapped his fingers, creating a burst of heat that disrupted the warp gate's formation. He stumbled, was partially caught by the portal anyway, and found himself warped to the landslide zone along with Todoroki and a girl named Koda. Villains surrounded them immediately. "Look, kids, easy targets." Izuku's eyes went cold. He pulled on his gloves fully, settling into a combat stance. These weren't robots, these were criminals, yes, but still human. He couldn't just obliterate them, but he could absolutely terrify them. Snap. The ground exploded between him and the villains. Fire erupted, creating a wall of flame that made them stumble back. "Last warning," Izuku said, his voice dropping to the cold tone of the Flame Alchemist. "Surrender now, or I'll burn you." The villains laughed. "You're just a kid." They charged. Izuku sighed. Snap, snap, snap. Precision explosions took out legs, arms, weapons. He didn't aim to kill, just to incapacitate, but the flames were unforgiving. Villains screamed as their clothes caught fire, as the heat seared exposed skin, as Izuku systematically dismantled their attack with ruthless efficiency. Todoroki froze several villains solid. Koda used his animal communication quirk to summon local wildlife for assistance. But Izuku did most of the work, moving like a soldier clearing an enemy position. In 3 minutes, all the villains in their zone were incapacitated. "We need to get back to the central plaza," Izuku said. "Aizawa's outnumbered." They ran back, arriving to find Aizawa fighting desperately against a massive muscular creature with an exposed brain. A Nomu, Shigaraki called it. The creature had multiple quirks. Shock absorption, regeneration, enhanced strength. Aizawa was losing. The Nomu grabbed him, slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Bones cracked, blood splattered. "Sensei." 13 moved to intervene but was caught by Kurogiri's portal, her own black hole quirk redirected back at her. She collapsed, injured. The students were alone with the villains. Scattered. Afraid, Izuku stepped forward. "Interesting," Shigaraki said, noticing him. "You're not running. Brave? Or stupid?" "Neither," Izuku replied. "Strategic. You wanted All Might. You're not getting him, so now you have a choice. Retreat or face the consequences of attacking hero students." Shigaraki laughed, scratching his neck frantically. "You think you can threaten me? You're just a child. Nomu, kill him!" The creature dropped Aizawa's broken body and charged at Izuku. Izuku didn't flinch. He'd fought worse. Gluttony. Sloth. Pride. One more monster wouldn't break him. Snap. 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 Explosions erupted around the Nomu, but the creature's shock absorption negated most of the damage. It kept coming, impossibly fast for its size. Izuku dodged, rolled, created distance. Analyzed. The shock absorption was effective, but not perfect. The regeneration had limits. Every quirk had weaknesses. He just needed to find them. The Nomu's fist cratered the ground where Izuku had been standing. He snapped, creating an explosion at point-blank range that at least made the creature stumble. Not enough force. Need more oxygen. Need a bigger explosion. Izuku began a tactical retreat, drawing the Nomu away from the injured Aizawa and the other students. He snapped repeatedly, creating a trail of fire, superheating the air. The Nomu followed mindlessly, focused solely on its target. Izuku led it to the water zone, a flooded area designed for aquatic rescue training. The creature stepped into the shallow water, and Izuku smiled. He snapped both hands simultaneously. The explosions ignited the oxygen in the air while simultaneously flash heating the water to steam. The Nomu was engulfed in a massive explosion of fire and boiling vapor. Its shock absorption could handle impacts, but could it handle sustained thermal damage? The creature screamed, a horrible, inhuman sound, and collapsed, its skin blistered and charred, not dead, but incapacitated. Impossible, Shigaraki whispered. The Nomu was designed to fight All Might. I'm not All Might, Izuku replied coldly. I'm something worse. I'm someone who understands that wars aren't won by strength alone. They're won by intelligence, preparation, and the willingness to do what's necessary. He turned to face Shigaraki directly, flames dancing around his gloved hands. Leave now, or you're next. Kurogiri moved to protect Shigaraki, but before the confrontation could escalate, the doors burst open. I am here! All Might, still in his powered-up form despite his time limit, crashed into the USJ like a meteor. He took in the scene instantly. Injured teachers, scattered students, defeated villains, and Izuku standing over the incapacitated Nomu with flames in his hands. Young Midoriya, stand down! I'll handle this. Izuku backed off immediately. This wasn't his fight anymore. All Might could finish it. The symbol of peace lived up to his reputation, driving off the remaining villains with overwhelming force. Shigaraki and Kurogiri retreated, but not before Shigaraki locked eyes with Izuku. I'll remember you, the villain said. The student who beat my Nomu. I'll definitely remember you. Then they were gone. The aftermath was chaotic. Ambulances arrived for Aizawa and 13. Police questioned the students. Principal Nezu conducted a full security review. Izuku sat apart from the others, replaying the fight in his head. He'd done well, protected his classmates, incapacitated threats without killing them, supported his teacher, but he'd also revealed too much: his combat skills, his tactical thinking, his absolute willingness to use lethal force if necessary. Midoriya. He looked up. All Might stood there, deflated to his skeletal true form. Walk with me. They went to a quiet corner of the USJ, away from the chaos. That was impressive work today, All Might said. You defeated a Nomu, a creature designed to challenge me. That's no small feat. I got lucky, found a weakness. Luck had nothing to do with it. You fought like a veteran pro hero, like someone who's faced life or death situations before. All Might's sunken eyes studied him. Principal Nezu told me about your claim, about reincarnation. Izuku tensed. And you believe it? I don't know what to believe, but I know what I saw today. You weren't fighting like a student, you were fighting like a soldier. All Might's expression grew sad. You were prepared to kill that Nomu if necessary, weren't you? If it meant protecting my classmates? Yes. That's the difference between you and most heroes. Most of us never have to make that choice. The villains we fight are human. Arrest them, incarcerate them, but never kill them. That's the line. All Might paused. But you've already crossed that line before, haven't you? In your previous life. Izuku thought of Ishval, of lust burning to ash, of the battles against the homunculi, of envy's final death. Yes, he admitted quietly, I have. Then I need you to understand something, young Midoriya. This world, this era, is different. We have laws, procedures, systems designed to handle threats without lethal force. If you want to be a hero here, you need to work within those systems. Even when they fail? Izuku challenged. Even when villains slip through the cracks? When the law protects the guilty and abandons the innocent? Even then, All Might said firmly, because the moment we decide we're above the law, we become villains ourselves. That's the burden of being a hero. We have to be better. Izuku wanted to argue, wanted to point out the flaws in that logic, the corruption in the system, the failures of justice, but All Might looked at him with such honest conviction that Izuku held his tongue. I understand, he said instead. All Might relaxed slightly. Good. I know you're different, Midoriya. I know you're capable of things most students aren't, but please try to remember you're 15 years old. You're allowed to be a student, to make mistakes, to grow. I'm not 15, Izuku replied quietly. Not really, I'm 63, maybe older. Time gets confusing when you've lived 2 lifetimes. All Might's expression grew pained. Then I'm sorry. Sorry you had to carry that burden. Sorry you don't get to be a normal teenager. But please, at least try to enjoy this life while you can. Don't let your past consume your future. Izuku nodded. though he wasn't sure he agreed. He'd been given this second chance for a reason. Not to waste it being a normal student, but to finish what he'd started in Amestris. To burn away corruption and build something better, even if he had to do it alone. The USJ incident made national news. The League of Villains became a household name. UA's security was overhauled. All Might began teaching more actively, determined to prepare the students for the rising villain threat, and Izuku became something of a celebrity within the school. Students whispered about him in the halls. The boy who'd defeated a Nomu. The quirkless student who'd fought villains and won. Some saw him as inspiring. Others found him frightening. Bakugo fell into the latter category. The blonde's hatred reached new heights. He'd watched Izuku defeat a creature designed to challenge All Might while he'd been trapped by a villain with a transportation quirk. The humiliation of being useless while Deku saved the day ate at him like acid. Training sessions became battlegrounds. Bakugo pushed himself to his limits, trying to match Izuku's combat effectiveness. He took reckless chances, ignored team tactics, prioritized individual glory over mission objectives, Aizawa noticed. Bakugo, your aggression is becoming a liability. Heroes work in teams. If you can't cooperate, you'll be held back. I don't need anyone, Bakugo snarled. I'm going to be number one, stronger than All Might, better than everyone. Strength alone doesn't make a hero, Aizawa replied tiredly. Discipline, control, judgment, those matter more. And right now, you have none of them. Bakugo's response was to explode a training dummy to pieces. Izuku watched from across the training ground, his expression unreadable. He was reminded more and more of the soldiers who'd become war criminals, the ones who'd justified atrocities as necessary for victory. He's going to hurt someone eventually, Izuku realized. Not in training, not by accident, but deliberately to prove his superiority. And when he does... Izuku didn't finish the thought. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mina deepened. What had started as casual lunches evolved into study sessions, training together, late-night conversations about their goals and dreams. Mina was easy to talk to. She didn't judge, didn't push, just listened when Izuku needed someone to listen and joked when he needed to lighten up. You're really intense sometimes, she said one evening as they walked back to the dorms, like you're carrying the weight of the world. Maybe I am, Izuku replied. Then let someone help carry it, Mina said simply. That's what friends do, right? Friends. Izuku hadn't had friends in a long time. Allies, yes. Subordinates, colleagues. But actual friends. I'll try, he said. Mina smiled. Good. Because I'm not going anywhere, Midoriya. You're stuck with me. Something warm settled in Izuku's chest. Something he hadn't felt since Riza, since Havoc and Breda and Fury and Fallman. Since his team in Amestris, maybe he could have that again. Maybe this world could give him something his past life hadn't. Genuine connection without the weight of war. The sports festival was announced. A massive televised event where hero students would compete before pro heroes, agencies, and the entire nation. It was part tournament, part recruitment drive, part public relations. The class began preparing immediately. Everyone wanted to make a good impression. Bakugo was especially intense. I'm gonna win this whole thing, show everyone I'm the best. It's not about winning, Ida pointed out. It's about demonstrating our growth as heroes. Winning is demonstrating growth, Bakugo snapped. Izuku mostly tuned out the debates. He'd won enough battles to know that competition was just politics in disguise. The sports festival wasn't about finding the strongest student. It was about creating heroes who could be marketed to the public. Still, he'd participate, and he'd win. Not for glory, but to gain the political capital he'd need for future reforms. Mina found him on the roof during lunch, staring out at the city. You okay? You've been quiet lately. Just thinking. About the festival? About what comes after. Mina sat beside him, her legs dangling over the edge. You always think 10 steps ahead, don't you? Old habit. From your previous life? Mina asked. When Izuku glanced at her sharply, she shrugged. I'm not dumb. The way you fight, the way you talk sometimes, the way you look at people like you've seen things no teenager should see. You're not just a prodigy. You're someone who's lived before. Izuku considered denying it, then decided against it. Mina had earned honesty. Yes, he admitted. I remember being someone else, a soldier, an alchemist. I died and woke up as Izuku Midoriya. That sounds lonely, Mina said quietly. It is. Then stop being lonely, she replied, bumping his shoulder with hers. You've got me. You've got the class. You've got people who care about you now. Let yourself be cared about. Izuku looked at her, really looked at her. Pink skin, golden eyes, that ever-present smile that somehow never felt fake. She was nothing like Riza. Where Riza was serious, Mina was playful. Where Riza was a soldier, Mina was a student. Where Riza carried scars, Mina carried joy. But the loyalty was the same, the willingness to stand beside him, the understanding without judgment. Okay, he said softly. I'll try. Mina beamed. Good. Now come on. Kaminari's trying to see if he can charge his phone by zapping himself, and it's hilarious. Izuku let himself be dragged back to the dorms, feeling lighter than he had in months. Maybe this life could be different. Maybe he could be more than just a soldier reborn. Maybe he could be Izuku Midoriya, hero, student, friend, without losing the lessons Roy Mustang had learned. The sports festival arrived. The stadium was packed with thousands of spectators, pro heroes, and media personnel. The atmosphere was electric. Class 1A entered the arena to thunderous applause. They were the class that had fought villains at the USJ. They were celebrities now. Midnight, a pro hero with a sleep-inducing quirk, served as the chief referee. Welcome, students. Let me explain the rules. The first event was an obstacle race. All students would compete simultaneously, racing through various hazards to reach the finish line. And begin. The students surged forward. Immediately, chaos erupted as they hit the first obstacle, a narrow passageway that bottlenecked the crowd. Todoroki froze the ground, causing dozens of students to slip and fall. He glided across the ice, taking an early lead. Bakugo blasted through the air with explosions, pursuing Todoroki aggressively. Izuku waited, watched, then snapped his fingers. The explosion launched him upward, over the bottleneck entirely. He landed on a narrow ledge, ran along the wall, and caught up to the leaders without fighting through the crowd. The second obstacle was a pit filled with tight ropes. Most students had to carefully balance across. Izuku just snapped his fingers repeatedly, using precise explosions to propel himself from rope to rope like stepping stones. The third obstacle was a minefield. Students had to navigate through without triggering the buried explosives. Izuku smiled. Explosives were his specialty. He walked directly into the minefield and began snapping. Each snap triggered mines in a controlled pattern, creating a clear path forward. The explosions looked spectacular, but were carefully managed to avoid injury. He crossed the minefield in record time, overtaking Todoroki and Bakugo. The crowd roared as Izuku crossed the finish line first. Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, and the winner is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. What an incredible display. Bakugo arrived second, face purple with rage. Todoroki third, expression neutral but eyes calculating. The other students trickled in. 42 would advance to the next round. The second event had a cavalry battle. Students formed teams of 4, combining their quirks strategically. Each team had a point value based on their placement in the first round. The goal was to steal other teams' headbands. Izuku's team was immediately targeted. As the first-place finisher, his headband was worth 10 million points. He recruited Mina, Tokoyami, whose dark shadow quirk provided offensive power, and Mei Hatsume, a support student with inventions. All right, team, Izuku said. They'll all come for us immediately. We need defensive positions and mobility. Mina, you're our close combat specialist. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow provides our offensive range. Hatsume, do you have anything that can help us move quickly? Oh, do I? Hatsume's eyes gleamed as she pulled out a jetpack and hover boots. Let me show you my babies. The cavalry battle began. Every team immediately charged at Izuku. He snapped his fingers, creating a circular wall of flame that forced them back. Not yet. Bakugo's team pushed through, Kirishima's hardening quirk protecting them from the heat. Give me that headband, Deku. Izuku didn't respond. He signaled to Hatsume, who activated the jetpack. Their entire team lifted off the ground, hovering above the battlefield. Air superiority, Izuku explained. Classic military tactic. From above, they could avoid close combat while Tokoyami's Dark Shadow reached down to steal headbands from other teams. Mina's acid melted through defensive formations. Izuku's precision flame strikes kept aggressive teams at bay. It was systematic, efficient, devastating. By the end of the cavalry battle, Izuku's team had accumulated the most points while keeping their 10 million point headband. The crowd went wild. In the stands, Pro heroes watched with interest. That Midoriya kid is something else, one commented. Quirkless, they say, but he fights like a veteran. I heard he took down a Nomu at the USJ. Really? That's incredible for a first year. Principal Nezu watched from the VIP box, his expression unreadable. Beside him, All Might shifted uncomfortably. He's dominating, Nezu observed. Yes, All Might agreed quietly. But I worry about his methods. He fights like he's in a war, not a sports competition. Perhaps because to him it is a war, Nezu replied. The war to prove he belongs, to earn the political capital needed for whatever reforms he's planning. That boy isn't here to be a hero, Toshinori. He's here to change the system itself. Is that a bad thing? That depends on what he's willing to sacrifice to achieve it. The tournament bracket was announced. 16 students would compete in one-on-one matches. Izuku's first opponent was Hitoshi Shinso, a general studies student with a brainwashing quirk. Shinso smiled coldly. You're from the hero course. You've had everything handed to you. Let me show you what someone who's been rejected can do. I'm quirkless, Izuku replied. I know exactly what rejection feels like. Shinso's expression flickered with surprise, then hardened. Then you should understand why I'm going to win, why I'm going to take your place. The match began. Shinso immediately started talking, trying to provoke a response. You think you're special? You think those flames make you better than everyone else? Izuku didn't respond. He'd recognized the brainwashing trigger. Verbal response activated the quirk. He simply advanced, gloves ready. Shinso kept talking, increasingly desperate. Say something, fight me properly. Izuku snapped his fingers. The explosion hit the ground between them, creating a wall of smoke. Through it, Izuku charged, his military training guiding his movements. Shinso tried to dodge, but wasn't fast enough. Izuku grabbed him, spun, and threw him out of bounds. Match over. 10 seconds. The crowd was silent, then erupted in applause. Present Mick, that was brutal. Midoriya didn't even let Shinso activate his quirk. Shinso lay on the ground, stunned. Izuku offered him a hand. Your quirk is strong, Izuku said quietly, but you're relying on it too much. Learn hand-to-hand combat, study tactics. A powerful ability means nothing if you can't create opportunities to use it. Shinso stared at him, then accepted the hand. You're giving me advice? Why? Because I've seen talented people waste their potential through lack of preparation. Don't be one of them. Izuku walked off the stage, leaving Shinso staring after him thoughtfully. The matches continued. Todoroki defeated his opponents with overwhelming ice attacks, but refused to use his fire half, clearly rebelling against something. Bakugo won through sheer aggression, blasting his way to victory. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow proved nearly unstoppable in enclosed spaces. Eventually, the semifinals were set, Izuku versus Todoroki and Bakugo versus Tokoyami. Todoroki approached Izuku before their match. Midoriya, can we talk? They went to an empty corridor. I need to know, Todoroki said. Your flames, they remind me of his, of Endeavor's, the number 2 hero, my father. Izuku waited. He's obsessed with surpassing All Might, so he bought my mother's family for their ice quirk, forced a quirk marriage, and created me, a tool to surpass All Might. He trained me brutally, abused my mother until she broke. Todoroki's fists clenched. I refuse to use his fire. I'll become the number 1 hero using only my ice to spite him. Izuku absorbed this information. Quirk marriages. Abuse. A child weaponized by his parents' ambition. The same rot, different country, same corruption. Your father is a monster, Izuku said flatly. Using a child as a weapon, abusing your family. That's not heroism, that's villainy with good press. Todoroki looked surprised that Izuku agreed so readily. But, Izuku continued, refusing to use half your power isn't rebellion. It's self-sabotage. You're still letting him control you by making your choices based on opposing him rather than on what's genuinely best for you. So what do I do? Todoroki asked, sounding young and lost. Win using everything you have. Not for him. For yourself, for the people you'll save. And then when you have the power and status, you expose him. You use your platform as a hero to reveal his crimes. You destroy his reputation, his career, his freedom. Izuku's eyes glinted. That's how you get revenge on monsters. You drag them into the light and watch them burn. Todoroki stared at him. You sound like you've done this before. I have. Different monsters, same principles. Izuku extended a gloved hand. I'm going to beat you in our match using everything I have. I expect you to do the same. No holding back, no self-imposed limitations. Give me everything. Todoroki slowly shook his hand. All right, I will. Their match was announced. The stadium fell silent in anticipation. Midnight announced the rules. Izuku and Todoroki faced each other across the arena. Begin! Todoroki immediately generated a massive ice attack, a glacier rushing toward Izuku. Izuku snapped. Snap! The explosion melted the ice mid-formation, turning it to steam. He snapped again. Snap! 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 Rapid-fire explosions forced Todoroki back, melting every ice construct he created. The arena heated up, temperature rising as the battle intensified. Todoroki was sweating now, his ice less effective in the increasing heat. You're controlling the environment, he realized. Basic tactics, Izuku replied. Deny your opponent their advantages. Create your own. Todoroki created a massive ice wall, his last desperate defense. Izuku walked toward it calmly. Shoto Todoroki, he called out. Is this your full power? Is this everything you have? It's enough. No, it's not. Izuku stopped, staring at the ice wall. You're still fighting with one hand tied behind your back, still letting your father control you. Is that really the hero you want to be? Behind the ice, Todoroki trembled. Memories of his mother, his training, his father's voice. You exist to surpass all might. Then he remembered Izuku's words. Make your choices based on what's best for you. Flames erupted from his left side. The ice wall melted instantly. Todoroki stood there, fire and ice swirling around him, finally accepting his full power. Thank you, Midoriya, he said, for reminding me. Izuku smiled. Good, now show me what you can really do. The battle intensified. Todoroki combined ice and fire, creating devastating attacks that would have overwhelmed most opponents. The arena became a war zone, ice sculptures and flame bursts creating a spectacular deadly dance, but Izuku was the Flame Alchemist. Fire was his domain. He analyzed Todoroki's attacks, adapted, countered, snapped his fingers with precision that came from decades of experience, created explosions that intercepted ice attacks mid-formation, that disrupted flame attacks through superior combustion control. Todoroki fought with everything he had. It wasn't enough. Izuku cornered him, snapped his fingers one final time, and created an explosion that knocked Todoroki out of bounds. The crowd erupted. Cementos immediately raised walls to protect Todoroki from further damage. Recovery Girl rushed onto the field. Izuku walked over to Todoroki, who was conscious but exhausted. You fought well, Izuku said. Remember this feeling. Remember what it's like to use your full power. Don't give it up again. Todoroki nodded weakly. I won't, thank you. In the stands, Endeavor watched with a complex expression. His son had finally used his fire side, but not to please his father. To fight properly, against someone who'd earned his respect. That Midoriya boy, Endeavor thought. He's dangerous. Not because of his power, but because of his influence. The other semifinal was quick. Bakugo overwhelmed Tokoyami with sustained explosions, creating light that weakened Dark Shadow. Brutal, effective, and completely lacking in restraint. Tokoyami was injured, but would recover. Bakugo didn't care. The final match was set. Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. This was the matchup everyone wanted to see. The quirkless student with mysterious flames versus the explosive prodigy. But for Izuku, this wasn't entertainment. This was a reckoning. Bakugo stared at him across the arena with pure hatred. I'm gonna kill you, Deku. Right here. Right now. Everyone will see that I'm better than you. Izuku stared back with the cold eyes of a soldier. You keep saying you'll kill me. Let's see if you have the conviction to try. Begin. Bakugo exploded forward, both hands crackling with his most powerful attack. Die! Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap. The explosion met Bakugo's head-on, creating a shockwave that cracked the arena floor. Smoke obscured everything. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, grinning maniacally. That all you got? No, Izuku replied. He began snapping in rapid succession. Snap, 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 snap. Explosions erupted around Bakugo, hurting him, controlling his movement, now preventing any effective counterattack. Izuku moved with military precision, each attack calculated for maximum effectiveness. Bakugo tried to fight back, launching massive explosions. But Izuku was always a step ahead, creating defensive flame walls, repositioning constantly, denying Bakugo any opportunity to land a hit. The crowd watched in awe as Izuku systematically dismantled the blonde's offensive. He's toying with him again, Yao Yorozu observed from the stands. No, Mina said quietly, he's teaching him, showing him the difference between power and skill. Izuku backed Bakugo toward the arena boundary. The blonde was panting now, his quirk overused, his movements slowing. "This is the difference between us, Bakugo," Izuku said coldly. "You have raw power. I have discipline, experience, and tactical superiority. You fight like a child throwing a tantrum. I fight like a soldier executing a mission." He raised his gloved hand. "Learn your place." Snap! The final explosion hit Bakugo's center mass, launching him out of bounds. He hit the ground hard, skidding to a stop outside the arena. Match over. Izuku Midoriya had won the sports festival. The crowd's roar was deafening. Present Mike's voice boomed. "And your winner, the first-year student who's dominated every stage of the festival, Izuku Midoriya." All Might descended to present the medal, though he looked troubled. "Young Midoriya," he said quietly as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. "Congratulations. You've proven yourself a capable fighter. But remember, there's more to being a hero than winning battles." "I know," Izuku replied. "That's why I'm here, to learn what this world's heroes do right, so I can fix what they do wrong." All Might's expression grew more troubled, but he said nothing more. In the stands, Mina cheered wildly. "That's my boy! Yeah!" Kirishima laughed. "You're your boy now?" Mina grinned unapologetically. "Hell yeah, I'm claiming him." "Does he know that?" "He will after I congratulate him properly," Mina replied, already heading toward the exit. Bakugo sat outside the arena, being checked by Recovery Girl. His body was fine. Izuku had been careful not to cause serious injury. His pride, however, was shattered. He'd lost, again, to Deku, in front of the entire nation. His path to becoming #1 hero, his dream of surpassing All Might, everything felt hollow. He's better than me, Bakugo thought, and the admission felt like poison. He's always been better, and I've been too proud to see it. But instead of humility, the admission bred hatred. Pure, burning hatred. I'll get stronger, whatever it takes. I'll surpass him, and I'll make him regret humiliating me. He didn't know it yet, but that decision, that refusal to accept his limitations, that determination to win at any cost, would lead him down a dark path, a path that would end in mud and rain and flames, but that was still to come. For now, Izuku stood on the podium, gold medal around his neck, and looked out at the crowd, at the pro heroes watching him, at the media capturing his image. He'd taken the first step, proven himself, gained the attention and platform he needed. This is just the beginning, he thought. The sports festival is over, but the real work starts now. The path to reforming hero society stretched ahead of him, long and difficult and filled with obstacles. But Roy Mustang, now Izuku Midoriya, had never backed down from a challenge. He would burn away the corruption in this world, one flame at a time. The training camp was announced 2 months after the sports festival. Class 1A would spend a week in the mountains, training intensively with pro heroes to prepare for their provisional license exams. The students were excited, a chance to push their quirks to new limits in a controlled environment. Izuku was less enthusiastic. He'd attended enough military training exercises to know they were equal parts preparation and hazing. Still, he understood the necessity. Combat skills degraded without practice. The location was remote, deep in a forested mountain range far from civilians. Perfect for students who might cause significant property damage, 2 pro heroes greeted them. The Wild Pussycats, a team specializing in mountain rescue. Their leader Mandalay explained the training regimen. You'll be pushed to your absolute limits, quirk training, endurance exercises, rescue simulations, and everything a hero needs. The class cheered. Bakugo, who'd been sullen since the sports festival, cracked his knuckles. Good. I need to get stronger. Izuku glanced at him. The blonde had been even more aggressive lately, training obsessively, pushing himself past safe limits. It reminded Izuku of soldiers who'd experienced their first real defeat. They either learned humility or doubled down on their worst traits. Bakugo was clearly choosing the latter. The first day was brutal. Students were put through hell. Quirk exercises until exhaustion, obstacle courses designed to fail, rescue scenarios with impossible parameters. Izuku performed well, but didn't dominate. No need to draw unnecessary attention. He helped his classmates when they struggled, offered tactical advice, and generally played the role of supportive teammate. Mina collapsed next to him after a particularly grueling exercise, her acid production depleted. This is insane, she panted. My quirk's never been this drained. That's the point, Izuku replied, passing her water. Push past your limits, expand your capacity, standard training methodology. You sound like you've done this before. Different context, same principles. Mina smiled tiredly. You're handling this way better than the rest of us, barely sweating. Military conditioning, Izuku said. Then, at her curious look, added, From before, my previous life included a lot of physical training. Must have been a hell of a life, Mina observed. You ever miss it? Izuku considered. Did he miss Amestris? Miss the war, the battles, the constant weight of responsibility? Sometimes, he admitted. Not the violence, but the clarity, knowing exactly what needed to be done and having the authority to do it. You'll have that again, Mina said confidently. Once you're a pro hero, you'll be able to change things. Maybe, Izuku replied, though he had doubts. The hero system was more deeply entrenched than Amestris' military had been. Reforming it would take decades, unless I force the issue, unless I create a crisis that demands change. The thought was seductive. He pushed it away. That evening, a small boy wandered into the camp. Kota Izumi, Mandalay's nephew, orphaned when his hero parents were killed in action. He was sullen, angry, hated heroes and everything they represented. Most students ignored him. Ida tried to engage but was rebuffed. Midoriya watched from a distance, recognizing the signs of trauma and grief. Another victim of this world's failures. Heroes die gloriously, and their families are left to suffer in silence. He approached Kota's hiding spot, a cliff overlook with a beautiful view. Go away, Kota said immediately. I don't want to talk to heroes. Good, Izuku replied, sitting down nearby. Because I'm not a hero yet, just a student who's questioning whether this system is worth supporting. Kota glanced at him suspiciously. What do you mean? I mean the hero system has serious flaws. It prioritizes spectacle over substance. It creates celebrities instead of protectors. It glorifies death in battle and forgets the families left behind. Izuku looked at the sunset. Your parents died fighting villains, and society called them heroes, gave them a funeral, and moved on. But you were left behind with your grief and anger. Kota was silent for a long moment. You get it, he said quietly. Everyone else tells me my parents were amazing, that I should be proud, but they're dead. They chose fighting over staying alive for me. They probably thought they were protecting you, Izuku said. Fighting so you'd have a safer world. That's what heroes tell themselves. But sometimes, he paused. Sometimes, the best protection is just staying alive and being there for the people who need you. Then why are you trying to be a hero? Kota challenged, because someone needs to fix the system from the inside. Someone needs to change the culture that glorifies sacrifice over effectiveness. Izuku stood. Your parents shouldn't have died. The hero society they served should have protected them better, given them support, backup, resources. Their deaths represent systemic failure, not heroic sacrifice. He walked away, leaving Kota staring after him with tears in his eyes. The attack came on the third night. Villains emerged from the forest. League of Villains members, reinforced with hired muscle. Their goal, capture students with powerful quirks, kill the rest. Chaos erupted immediately. The Pussycats engaged the villains while Aizawa tried to organize the students. Everyone, defensive positions, do not engage unless necessary. Pro-heroes will handle this. But the villains had planned well. They spread out, splitting up the defenders, isolating students. Izuku found himself with a small group, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari. They were being pursued by multiple villains through the forest. We need to regroup with the others, Kirishima said. No, Izuku countered. We need to eliminate these pursuers first. Can't regroup if we're being chased. You want to fight villains? Kaminari asked nervously. Shouldn't we run? Running just leads them to other students. Better we handle it here. Izuku pulled on his gloves. Kirishima, you're close combat tank. Kaminari, electrical area denial. Bakugo, explosive offense. I'll coordinate. Form a defensive perimeter. Bakugo sneered. I don't take orders from you, Deku. Then you're useless, Izuku replied coldly. Either work with the team or leave. I don't have time for your ego. The villains crashed through the trees, 6 of them, armed and aggressive. Heroes, one laughed. Perfect. The boss wants you kids captured. Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap! The explosion hit the ground, creating a wall of flame that stopped the villains' charge. Last warning. Surrender or be burned. They attacked. Izuku coordinated the counterattack with military precision. Kirishima tanked the initial assault with his hardening quirk. Kaminari released electrical bursts that stunned multiple villains. Bakugo launched explosive attacks with surprising restraint, actually following Izuku's tactical directions, and Izuku himself moved through the battlefield like death incarnate, each snap of his fingers a precisely calculated strike that disabled villains without killing them. In 5 minutes, all 6 attackers were unconscious. Damn, Kaminari breathed. That was intense. Secure them, Izuku ordered. Use their own equipment to tie them up. We move in 3 minutes. They followed his orders without question. Even Bakugo, who looked conflicted about taking commands from Deku, but couldn't deny the effectiveness. They started back toward the main camp. Then Izuku heard it, a child's scream, Kota. He turned and ran toward the cliff overlook, leaving the others behind. Midoriya, wait, Kirishima called, but Izuku was already gone. He arrived to find Kota backed against the cliff edge, facing a massive muscular villain. Muscular, a member of the League, known for his enhancement quirk that made him monstrously strong. A kid, Muscular laughed. Even better, nothing like killing a child to send a message. Run, Kota, Izuku said, stepping between them. Get to safety. But run, Kota ran. Muscular laughed harder. And a hero, even better. Let me kill you both, he charged. Izuku snapped. Snap. The explosion caught Muscular mid-charge but barely slowed him. The villain's enhanced muscles absorbed the impact, his quirk making him incredibly durable. Tough target, Izuku assessed, but not invincible. Everything has weaknesses, he began analyzing while dodging. Muscular's quirk enhanced his physical abilities, but required concentration to maintain. Disrupt his focus, and he'd become vulnerable. Izuku started his attack pattern. Rapid-fire explosions, never in the same place twice, constantly shifting angles. Not trying to damage Muscular directly, but to disorient him. Snap, 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 snap! Muscular roared in frustration, swinging wildly. Stand still! No, Izuku replied. Behind them, Bakugo arrived with the others. He saw the battle, saw Muscular's overwhelming power, and instead of retreating or calling for backup, he grinned. Finally! A real fight! Bakugo, no! Kirishima called. That guy's way too strong. I don't care. I'll blast him to pieces. Bakugo charged forward, ignoring tactics, ignoring common sense. He wound up his most powerful attack, Howitzer Impact, a spinning explosion that required setup time but delivered devastating force. Izuku was simultaneously fighting Muscular and trying to create an opening. He'd backed the villain toward the cliff edge, was setting up a final strike. Then he saw Bakugo winding up. Bakugo, wait, Izuku shouted. You'll hit. Kota had stopped running. The boy was frozen, watching the battle with wide eyes, like directly in the path of Bakugo's attack. Out of my way! Bakugo screamed, releasing the Howitzer Impact. The massive explosive blast roared forward. Kota was directly in its path. Muscular was in front of Kota. Bakugo's attack was going to go through the villain and hit the child. Izuku's world slowed to a crawl. He saw Kota's terrified face, saw Bakugo's manic grin, saw the explosive blast expanding. He saw Ishval, saw the child he'd burned to ash because he followed orders without question, saw the face that haunted his nightmares. Not again. Never again. He snapped his fingers 3 times in rapid succession, creating a wall of flame intended to intercept Bakugo's blast and protect Kota. But he was too far away. The angle was wrong. The timing was off. Bakugo's Howitzer Impact punched through Muscular, the villain's body absorbing most of the impact but not all, and the residual explosion caught Kota directly. The child was thrown backward off the cliff. Time snapped back to normal speed. Kota! Mandalay's scream echoed across the mountains. Izuku ran to the cliff edge, looked down, and saw the small body lying on the rocks below. Not moving, he turned slowly to face Bakugo. The blonde was celebrating. Yes! I got him. Did you see that, Deku? I beat the villain. You killed a child, Izuku said quietly. What? He was just in the way. Collateral damage. Bakugo shrugged. It's not my fault the brat didn't run fast enough. Something snapped in Izuku's mind, a line he'd drawn in the sand, a promise he'd made to himself after Ishval. Never again. No more children. No more acceptable casualties. No more monsters pretending to be heroes. He looked at Bakugo, really looked at him. Saw not a student or a classmate, but everything he'd fought against in his previous life. The casual cruelty, the dismissal of innocent lives, the prioritization of personal glory over protection. He saw a monster wearing a hero's costume. Go back to camp, Izuku said, his voice dead calm. Tell Aizawa what happened. Tell him I'll handle cleanup here. Whatever, Bakugo said, already walking away. You're just jealous I got the villain and you didn't. Kirishima and Kaminari stared at Izuku with horror in their eyes. They'd just witnessed Koda's death. They'd seen Bakugo's complete lack of remorse. Midoriya, Kirishima started. Are you? Go, Izuku interrupted. All of you, now. They left, looking back with expressions that said they knew something terrible was coming. Izuku stood alone on the cliff, staring at Koda's body. The attack concluded. Villains were captured or driven off. Students were accounted for. Koda's death was ruled a tragic accident, caught in crossfire during a villain attack. Bakugo gave his statement without remorse. The villain attacked. I fought back. The kid got in the way. Not my fault. Aizawa's face was thunderous. You launched an indiscriminate attack without confirming your target zone was clear. That's negligence at minimum, potentially criminal. It was a combat situation, Bakugo shot back. Split-second decision. I took down the villain. That's what matters. A child died, and I stopped the villain from killing more people. Bakugo glared. You always tell us heroes have to make hard choices. Well, I made one. One life versus however many that psycho would have killed. The argument continued. Mandalay grieved, the pussycats collected Koda's body, and Izuku watched it all with the cold calculation of someone planning an execution. They returned to UA. The incident at the training camp made national news, but Bakugo's role was downplayed. Tragic accident during villain attack was the official story. No charges filed. No disciplinary action. The Hero Commission deemed it an unfortunate result of combat conditions. Bakugo was warned to be more careful but faced no real consequences. After all, he was a promising hero candidate with a powerful quirk. Why ruin his future over one accident? Izuku watched the decision come down and felt his last reservations crumble. This system protects the strong and powerful, regardless of their crimes. Just like a mistress, just like every corrupt institution I've ever seen, and just like a mistress, it needs to be burned to the ground and rebuilt, but that would come later. First, there was a more immediate problem, Bakugo. The blonde was back to his usual arrogant self within days. If anything, he was worse, emboldened by facing no consequences, convinced his actions were justified. During a training session, Sero made a comment about being careful with area attacks after what happened to Koda. Bakugo exploded. You think I care about that brat? He was weak. Weak people die. That's how the world works. The class fell silent. Even Kirishima, who'd been trying to support his friend, looked sick. Bakugo, Ida said carefully. That's an unacceptable attitude for a hero candidate. A hero's first priority is protecting civilians. My first priority is winning. Bakugo snarled. I'm going to be number one, and if weaklings get in my way, that's their problem. Izuku said nothing, just watched with dead eyes and made his decision. He's beyond redemption. He's crossed the line, and the system won't stop him, so I will. The Shi Hasaikai raid was announced 2 months later. A villain organization dealing in illegal quirk-destroying drugs. The Hero Commission organized a raid, requesting student participation for experience. Several Class 1A students were chosen, including Izuku, also including, against Aizawa's recommendation, Katsuki Bakugo. He needs to regain his confidence after the training camp incident, the commission representative said. Give him a chance to redeem himself. Aizawa didn't argue, though his expression said he wanted to. The raid day arrived. Multiple hero agencies coordinated to hit the Shi Hasaikai's base, an underground compound beneath an abandoned factory. The mission: capture the leader, overhaul, and shut down the drug operation. They breached the compound. Enemies appeared, Yakuza members with various quirks. The heroes engaged, systematically clearing rooms and advancing through the compound. Izuku moved with his assigned group. Mirio Togata, a third-year student with a permeation quirk, Sir Night-Eye, a pro-hero with foresight abilities, and Bakugo. They pushed deep into the compound, following intel that led to Overhaul's location. Then they found the source of the quirk-destroying drug. A little girl, maybe 6 years old, white hair, red eyes, covered in bandages. Being used as a living experiment, her body harvested for the drug components, Erimirio's face went white with horror. They're using a child. Sir Night-Eye's jaw tightened. We need to secure her, and Overhaul appeared. Tall, wearing a plague mask, eyes cold. You shouldn't have come here. The battle began. Overhaul's quirk let him disassemble and reassemble matter with a touch. instant death if he connected. He was powerful, experienced, ruthless. Sir Night-Eye engaged directly while Mirio used his permeation to attack from unpredictable angles. They were winning, slowly pushing Overhaul back. Eri cowered in the corner, terrified and traumatized. Then Bakugo saw an opening. Overhaul was positioned between Bakugo and Eri. If Bakugo could hit him with a powerful enough blast, he could end the fight immediately. The fact that Eri was directly behind Overhaul in the blast radius apparently didn't matter to the blonde. "I've got him!" Bakugo shouted, winding up his howitzer impact. "Everyone move!" Izuku's head snapped around. "Bakugo, no! She's in the... I don't care! This ends now!" Bakugo released the attack, time slowed again. Izuku saw the explosion expanding, saw Eri's terrified face, saw Mirio desperately trying to phase to her but too far away, saw Koda's death replaying in his mind. He snapped both hands, creating the largest explosion he'd ever generated, trying desperately to intercept Bakugo's blast. But he was too slow, too far away. The physics were wrong. Bakugo's howitzer impact punched through Overhaul, the villain's body torn apart by the explosive force, and continued through, catching Eri directly. The little girl disintegrated. No last words. No dramatic sacrifice, just there one moment, gone the next. Vaporized as collateral damage for Bakugo's victory, the explosion faded, smoke cleared. Overhaul was down, unconscious and broken. Eri was gone. Nothing left but a scorch mark on the floor. The compound fell silent. Mirio stared at the spot where Eri had been, his face twisted in anguish. Sir Night-Eye stood frozen, his foresight having shown him the possible futures, but not this specific horror. And Bakugo turned around, grinning. "Got him! Did you see that? One shot. I beat the boss villain." "You killed a child," Mirio whispered. "What?" Bakugo's grin faltered. "There was a kid back there? I didn't see her." "She was right there," Mirio screamed. "Right behind him. How could you not? I was focused on the target." Bakugo shot back. "That's what heroes do. Focus on beating the villain. If someone got in the way, that's..." "Don't," Izuku interrupted, his voice deadly quiet. "Don't finish that sentence." Bakugo turned to him. "What's your problem, Deku? We won. The villain's down. Mission accomplished." "Mission accomplished," Izuku repeated slowly. He looked at the scorch mark where Eri had died, looked at Mirio's devastated face, looked at Sir Night-Eye's expression of horror. Then he looked at Bakugo. "You're right," Izuku said. "There's nothing left between us now." Something in his tone made Bakugo's grin fade. "What does that mean?" "It means," Izuku replied, pulling on his gloves, "that I've given you enough chances. More than you deserved. And you've proven, definitively, that you're not a hero. You're not even a person anymore. You're just a monster wearing human skin." "You think you can talk to me like that?" Bakugo's hands sparked with explosions. Izuku snapped his fingers. The explosion caught Bakugo's hands, forcing him to stumble back. Other heroes rushed in, separating them, securing the unconscious Overhaul. The raid concluded. Villains arrested. Drug operation shut down. Technically a success, except for the little girl whose body was never recovered because there was nothing left to recover. The aftermath was swift and brutal. The Hero Commission tried to bury the incident. Tragic accident during combat, they claimed. Unforeseen circumstances, high-stress environment, split-second decisions. No charges filed against Bakugo, no disciplinary action, just a note in his record and another warning to be more careful. After all, he'd taken down a major villain. Why punish success? The funeral was held on a rainy day. A closed casket empty because there was no body, just a memorial service for a girl who'd been tortured, experimented on, and finally killed by the heroes who were supposed to save her. Almost no one attended. Eri had no family, no friends. Just a handful of heroes who'd participated in the raid and carried guilt like stones. Mirio Togata stood by the grave, rain mixing with tears. He'd used his quirk to try to save her. He'd phased through walls, through enemies, through everything. But he couldn't phase through the explosive blast that had killed her. He'd failed. "It wasn't your fault," Sir Night-Eye said quietly. "Then whose fault was it?" Mirio asked. "Who's responsible?" Sir Night-Eye had no answer. Izuku stood apart from the others, watching the rain fall. His hands were in his pockets, ignition gloves concealed but ready. He'd made his decision. The system had proven it wouldn't stop monsters like Bakugo. So he would. Not as a hero, Not within the legal system that had failed twice now, as the Flame Alchemist, as a soldier who'd learned that sometimes justice required getting your hands dirty, as someone who'd crossed this line before and would cross it again. The funeral ended. People left. The cemetery emptied. Except for two figures. Izuku stood by Eri's grave, waiting. Mirio Togata emerged from behind a tree, dragging a bound and gagged Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde's eyes were wide with confusion and fear. He struggled against the ropes but couldn't break free. Mirio had used capture equipment designed to restrain villain quirks. Mirio's face was emotionless. Dead. The energetic third year who'd always smiled was gone, replaced by something cold and determined. "He needs to answer for it, Midoriya," Mirio said. Izuku looked at Bakugo. At the fear in his eyes, the muffled protests behind the gag, he felt nothing. No anger, no satisfaction, just the cold necessity of a soldier doing what needed to be done. "Go, Mirio," Izuku said quietly. "You shouldn't see this." "I know what you're going to do," Mirio replied. "I know what it means. And I'm telling you," he met Izuku's eyes, "it's the right thing. The system failed. Twice. If we don't stop him, he'll kill again and again. Until finally, someone with the authority does what we should have done now." "That doesn't make it legal," Izuku pointed out. "No, but it makes it necessary." Mirio handed over the ropes. "I'll tell them he ran away, that I lost track of him during transport. They'll assume villains got him or he fled the country. No one will look too hard." "You'll be an accomplice," Izuku said. "If this comes out, then we both go down," Mirio interrupted. "But I'm not letting him walk away after what he did. To Koda, to Eri, to everyone he's hurt." His jaw clenched. "Someone has to stop him. Might as well be us." The two students stared at each other, both understanding they were about to cross a line that couldn't be uncrossed, both accepting it anyway. "Thank you," Izuku said simply. Mirio nodded, then he activated his quirk, phasing into the ground and disappearing, leaving Izuku alone with Bakugo. The blonde was making muffled noises, trying to speak around the gag. Izuku removed it. "Are you insane?" Bakugo immediately screamed. "Kidnapping? That's a felony. When I tell the authorities..." "You're not going to tell anyone," Izuku said calmly. He pulled Bakugo to his feet, dragged him to Eri's grave. The rain was falling harder now, turning the loose dirt to mud. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Izuku kicked Bakugo's legs out from under him. The blonde fell into the shallow grave, a pit freshly dug, waiting for a casket that would never be filled because there was no body to bury. Bakugo tried to climb out. Izuku placed a foot on his chest, pushing him back down into the mud. "2 times," Izuku said quietly. "You killed 2 children because you were too arrogant to care about collateral damage, too focused on your own glory to consider the consequences." "They were accidents," Bakugo protested. "I was fighting villains. It's not my fault they were in the way." "Accidents imply you cared and failed to prevent harm. You didn't care. You knew they were there and attacked anyway because winning mattered more to you than innocent lives." Izuku's eyes were dead cold. "That's not heroism. That's not even villainy. That's just murder." "So what?" Bakugo shouted. "What are you going to do? Beat me up? Report me? I'll just tell them you kidnapped me and..." "No," Izuku interrupted. He pulled on his gloves slowly, deliberately. "You're not going to tell anyone anything." Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw the gloves. "Wait, you can't. You're not. You wouldn't. Do you know what they called me in my previous life?" Izuku asked conversationally. "The Flame Alchemist. Hero of Ishval. I burned people alive. Hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe. I don't even remember the count." He snapped his fingers once. A small flame appeared, dancing above Bakugo's face. "I learned something important during that war. Sometimes monsters need to be put down, not captured, not reformed, just eliminated for the safety of everyone else." "I'm not a monster!" Bakugo screamed. "I'm going to be the #1 hero." "No," Izuku said. "You're going to be Ash." He looked up at the rain. "It's raining today." Snap. A dome of heat erupted around them, evaporating the rain in a perfect circle. Steam rose where water met fire, creating a barrier that obscured them from any possible observers. "I told you once, Bakugo. I told you to learn your place. You didn't listen." Bakugo tried to activate his quirk. His hands sparked. Snap. A precision explosion hit both of Bakugo's palms. The blonde screamed as his hands were incinerated. Not burned, completely destroyed. The quirk that he'd relied on, that had defined his entire identity, was gone. "Does it hurt?" Izuku asked. "Good," Remember this feeling. Remember what it's like to be helpless, to be at someone else's mercy with no way to fight back. Bakugo was sobbing now, cradling his ruined hands. Please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yes, you did. You meant every bit of it. You valued your victory over innocent lives, twice, and you showed no remorse either time. Izuku's voice dropped to absolute zero. You killed a little girl who'd already been tortured her entire short life. Your explosive blast was the last thing she ever felt, and you smiled about it. Snap, another explosion caught Bakugo's eyes. The blonde screamed as his vision boiled away. Stop! Please! I'll change! I'll be better! No, you won't. People like you never change. You just get better at hiding what you are. Izuku crouched down, bringing his face close to Bakugo's ruined one. I've seen soldiers like you before, confident in their power, convinced of their righteousness. They justified every atrocity as necessary for victory, and they kept escalating until someone finally stopped them. He stood, looked down at the broken, bleeding thing that had been Katsuki Bakugo. I'm going to burn you until there is nothing left but ash, and then I'm going to bury you in this grave meant for a little girl you murdered, so that at least in death you'll serve some purpose, as a warning about what happens to monsters who pretend to be heroes. Someone help me, Bakugo screamed. Anyone, please. No one came. The cemetery was empty. The rain and steam obscured everything. They were alone. Izuku began snapping his fingers in rapid succession. Snap, 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 dot. Pinpoint explosions caught Bakugo's tongue, his ears, his fingers, and toes. Each attack precisely calibrated for maximum pain without causing immediate death. This was the envy treatment. The technique Izuku had used in his previous life when he'd finally cornered the homunculus who'd started the Ishvalan War. Systematic burning, destroying a body piece by piece, making every second an eternity of agony. Bakugo's screams became inhuman sounds. Raw animal terror and pain. Izuku's face twisted into an expression of pure, hateful wrath. All the frustration of trying to work within the system, all the rage at watching children die, all the memories of Ishval and the failures to stop monsters before they caused irreparable harm. Look at me, he screamed. Look at the trash you are. You think you're strong? You think your power makes you special? You're nothing, just another monster who needed to be put down. He unleashed a torrent of fire. Not precision strikes anymore, just overwhelming flame that consumed everything in the grave. Bakugo's screams finally stopped. The fire died down. Izuku stood at the edge of the grave, breathing heavily, staring at the charred remains. He snapped once more. The final body was reduced to ash, then he began filling in the grave, shoveling mud and dirt over the ashes, covering the evidence, creating a burial site for the little girl who'd never gotten a proper funeral because there was no body to bury. Now there was. Not hers, but a body nonetheless, a sacrifice to her memory, a monster put down in her name. When the grave was filled, Izuku stood there in the rain. The dome had collapsed when he stopped consciously maintaining it and looked at his work. He felt empty, not satisfied, not regretful, just hollow. This is what justice looks like when the system fails, he thought. Ugly, brutal, necessary. He turned and walked away from the cemetery, his gloves concealed back in his pockets, his expression neutral. Behind him, rain fell on the freshly filled grave. No one would ever know what lay beneath that mud. Officially, Katsuki Bakugo vanished during transport from the raid site. The Hero Commission launched an investigation. They found nothing. No body, no witnesses, no evidence. Theories abounded. Villain retaliation. Running away from guilt. League of Villains recruitment. Mirio Togata gave his statement. Bakugo had demanded to be released from restraints. They'd argued. Mirio had turned his back for 1 second, and when he looked again, Bakugo was gone. Phased through the floor, maybe, or used a residual explosion to escape. Mirio didn't know. The investigation eventually went cold. Bakugo was listed as missing, presumed dead or villainous. His parents grieved. The media speculated. UA held a memorial service, and Izuku Midoriya attended with a solemn expression, standing next to Mina Ashido, accepting condolences from classmates who had no idea what he'd done. Aizawa watched him during the memorial. The teacher's eyes lingered on Izuku's face, studying his expression, his posture, his reactions. He knew. Somehow, Aizawa knew. The two made eye contact across the room. Aizawa's expression was unreadable. Then he nodded slowly and looked away. He knows, Izuku realized. and he's not going to say anything. After the memorial, All Might pulled Izuku aside. Young Midoriya, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest. Izuku waited. Bakugo disappeared shortly after the raid. You were at the cemetery that day. Mirio was there, and now Bakugo is gone. All Might's sunken eyes met Izuku's. Did you have anything to do with his disappearance? Izuku held his gaze steadily. Do you want the comfortable lie or the uncomfortable truth? All Might flinched. What happened to him? Justice happened, the kind the system couldn't provide. Izuku's voice was calm, matter of fact. He killed 2 children because his ego mattered more than innocent lives. The Hero Commission gave him warnings and second chances. I gave him something permanent. You killed him, All Might said, and it wasn't a question. I executed a monster, Izuku corrected. There's a difference. No, there isn't. All Might's voice cracked. You took a human life. You appointed yourself judge, jury, and executioner. That's not heroism. That's what the Flame Alchemist does when the system fails, Izuku interrupted coldly. I warned you. I told you I'd worked within corrupt systems before and had to make hard choices. This was one of them. You're 15 years old. I'm 63, and I've made harder decisions than this. Izuku's expression didn't change. You can report me if you want. Turn me in. Let the system that failed Kota and Eri try to deliver justice for their killer. See how that works out. All Might stood there, trembling, clearly torn between his ideals and the reality of what had happened. I don't know how to. He looked lost. What do I tell people? Tell them nothing. Bakugo's gone. That's all anyone needs to know. Izuku turned to leave, then paused. You told me heroes have to be better, that we have to work within the system even when it fails. I tried that. The system failed twice, so I became something else, something this world apparently needs. And what's that? All Might asked. An alchemist, Izuku replied. Someone who understands sometimes you have to burn away the diseased tissue to save the patient. He walked away, leaving the symbol of peace standing alone with the weight of terrible knowledge. The days following the funeral were surreal. Class 1A returned to normal, or tried to. Bakugo's empty desk was a constant reminder. Some students mourned. Others were relieved, though they'd never admit it publicly. Izuku went through his classes normally, studied, trained, helped classmates with their homework, and every night he stood on the dorm roof and looked out at the city lights, thinking about what he'd done. He didn't regret it, couldn't afford to regret it. Regret implied uncertainty, and he'd been certain of this decision, but he felt the weight nonetheless, the knowledge that he'd crossed a line that most heroes never even approached. Mina found him there one night. You've been quiet lately, she said, sitting beside him. I'm thinking. About Bakugo? Izuku glanced at her. What makes you say that? Because everyone is. He was our classmate, even if he was an asshole, and you two had history. Mina looked at the stars. Do you think he's okay wherever he is? No, Izuku replied honestly. I don't think he's okay at all. Yeah, Mina said quietly. Me neither. They sat in silence for a while. Then Mina spoke again. I know you did something. Izuku's hand moved fractionally toward his gloves. Mina noticed, but didn't comment. I don't know what. I don't know details. But I know you, Midoriya, the way you've been acting, the way Mirio's been acting, the way Aizawa looks at you now. She turned to face him. You did something to make Bakugo disappear, something that required getting your hands dirty. If you're going to report me, Izuku started. I'm not, Mina interrupted. Because whatever you did, you had a reason. And knowing you, it was probably the right reason, even if the method was wrong. Izuku stared at her. You don't know what I'm capable of. I know you burned people alive in your previous life. You told me that once when you were half asleep after training. You talked about Ishval, about the war, about the things you did. Mina's golden eyes met his. You're not a good person, Midoriya, but you're trying to be. That's what matters to me. I killed him, Izuku said flatly, deciding she deserved the truth. Took him to the cemetery, burned him to ash, buried him in Eri's grave. Mirio helped me capture him and then left before the execution. Mina absorbed this, nodded slowly. Okay, that's it? Okay? What do you want me to say? Mina asked. That you're a monster? You already know that you did the wrong thing? The system gave him 2 chances and he killed 2 kids. Someone had to stop him, and apparently that someone was you. She bumped his shoulder with hers. I'm not going to judge you for doing what heroes wouldn't. That's not my place. You should be horrified, Izuku said. Disgusted. You should be running to the authorities. Maybe, but I'm not. Mina smiled sadly. Because I trust you, dumbass. I trust that you only do terrible things when they're absolutely necessary, and if you decided Bakugo needed to die, then he probably did. Izuku felt something crack in his chest, some wall he'd built around himself, some barrier between his past life and this new one. I don't deserve that trust. Probably not, Mina agreed cheerfully. But you've got it anyway, so deal with it. She stood, stretched, and headed toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're trying to make this world better, even if your methods are questionable. The hero system needs someone willing to do what's necessary. She looked back at him. Just try not to burn down the whole world while you're fixing it, okay? Izuku found himself smiling despite everything. I'll try. Good, now come on. It's late and tomorrow's training is going to suck. Aizawa's planning something evil, I can feel it. Izuku followed her inside, feeling lighter than he had in days. Maybe he was a monster. Maybe he'd crossed lines that should never be crossed. Maybe he'd become everything he'd fought against in his previous life. But he had people who understood, who accepted him anyway, who trusted him to do the terrible things that needed doing. That was something. Maybe even something worth holding on to. The weeks passed, life at UA continued. The investigation into Bakugo's disappearance stalled completely. Eventually, people stopped talking about it. Izuku threw himself into training, refined his flame alchemy techniques, studied hero law and regulations, looking for loopholes and weaknesses in the system he planned to reform. His relationship with Mina deepened into something more than friendship. Not quite romance. Izuku was too damaged for that, carrying too many memories of Riza and the complicated feelings that came with them. But something close. Partnership. Trust. Understanding, Mina never asked about the details of what he'd done, never pushed for information, just stood beside him, offering support without judgment. The other students treated him normally, unaware of what had happened. Only a few knew the truth. Mirio, who'd helped. Mina, who'd figured it out. Aizawa, who suspected. All Might, who knew but said nothing. A conspiracy of silence. And in that silence, Izuku Midoriya continued his education. Learned to be the hero this world needed. Prepared for the day when he'd have enough power and influence to start implementing real reforms. The path forward was long, difficult, filled with challenges and obstacles. But the Flame Alchemist had never backed down from a challenge. He would burn away the corruption in this world, create something better from the ashes. Even if it meant getting his hands dirty. Even if it meant crossing lines. Even if it meant becoming the monster that hunted other monsters, someone had to do it. Might as well be him. 6 months passed like smoke through fingers. Izuku Midoriya stood on the roof of UA High School, watching the sun set over Musutafu. The city sprawled before him. Millions of lives, millions of problems, millions of reasons why the hero system needed to burn and be rebuilt. His reputation had grown. No longer just the quirkless student who'd won the sports festival. No longer just the boy who'd defeated a Nomu. He'd become something else entirely. They called him different things now. The Flame Alchemist, whispered in hushed tones by students who'd seen him train. The Devil of UA, muttered by heroes who didn't like his methods. The next symbol, predicted by media analysts who saw his power and presence. Izuku preferred simpler terms. Student. Soldier. Weapon pointed at corruption. Behind him, the door opened. He didn't turn. Recognized the footsteps. You're brooding again, Mina said, walking up beside him. She'd changed over these months too. Still cheerful, still bright, but with an edge now. An understanding of what kind of person she'd chosen to stand beside. Thinking, Izuku corrected. Same thing for you. She leaned against the railing, her pink skin catching the dying light. What are you thinking about? How much longer I can play by their rules? Mina's expression grew serious. That bad? Worse. Izuku pulled a folder from his jacket. 3 hero agencies under investigation for embezzlement. 2 pro-heroes arrested for assault on civilians. 1 major rescue operation botched because heroes were too busy posing for cameras instead of actually saving people. And that's just this week. The system's rotten, Mina agreed. We knew that. Knowing and watching it fail in real time are different things. Izuku's hands clenched. Every day I see it. Every day I watch heroes prioritize their rankings over actual protection. Watch villains slip through bureaucratic cracks. Watch quirkless people treated like second-class citizens. So what are you going to do about it? Good question. 6 months ago, he'd executed Bakugo, crossed a line he could never uncross, proved he was willing to do what the system wouldn't. But one dead bully didn't reform anything. It just removed a symptom. The disease remained. I need power, Izuku said finally. Political power, social influence, the kind of authority that lets me actually change things. You're already the strongest student at UA, Mina pointed out. Probably stronger than half the pro heroes. What more do you need? Not combat power, institutional power. The ability to change laws, rewrite regulations, restructure the entire hero ranking system. Izuku looked at her. In Amestris, I spent decades working my way up the military hierarchy, built alliances, gathered supporters, positioned myself to implement reforms when the time came. And you're planning to do the same thing here? Yes. How long will that take? Izuku didn't answer immediately. In his previous life, it had taken him until he was nearly 50 before he'd had enough power to truly change things. And even then, it had required a revolution and the literal death of a god. He didn't have that kind of time here. Not with how fast hero society was deteriorating. Not as long as it should, he said finally. I'm going to force the issue, create a situation that demands systemic change. Mina studied him carefully. That sounds like revolution talk. Maybe it is. People could die. People are dying now. The system's failures kill civilians every day. The only question is whether those deaths are slow and invisible or fast and public. And you prefer fast and public because it forces change. Yes. Mina was quiet for a long moment, then she sighed. You're going to do something crazy, aren't you? Probably. Something that'll make executing Bakugo look like a warm-up. Definitely. And you're telling me this because I need you to be ready, Izuku said. When things go sideways, and they will, I need people I can trust absolutely. People who understand what I'm trying to accomplish and why. You have Mirio, Mina pointed out. Mirio understands justice. You understand me. There's a difference. Izuku turned to face her fully. I'm not a good person, Mina. I've never pretended to be, but I'm trying to make a better world, even if my methods are questionable. Can you live with that? Mina stepped closer, put her hand on his chest, right over his heart. I already am living with it. Have been for months. You think I don't know what you're capable of? What you've done? Then you know it'll get worse before it gets better. Yeah, I know. She smiled, that bright, genuine smile that somehow never looked fake even when discussing atrocities. So let's make sure the better part actually happens. Okay? Izuku felt that warmth in his chest again, the same feeling he'd had all those months ago when Mina had first accepted what he was. Partnership. Trust. Something approaching love, though he was still too damaged to call it that. Okay, he agreed. Mina pulled him into a hug. Izuku allowed it, resting his chin on her shoulder, looking out at the city lights beginning to illuminate the darkness. Soon, he thought. Soon I'll start the real work. The opportunity came sooner than expected. 2 weeks later, during a routine patrol training exercise, Class 1A was deployed to assist with crowd control at a hero convention. Thousands of civilians, hundreds of heroes, massive media presence. Perfect target for a statement. Izuku had been monitoring villain communications for months, another skill from his previous life. Military intelligence work translated well to tracking criminal organizations. He'd identified several high-value targets, groups that represented the worst of what villain society had to offer. One in particular caught his attention, the Shi Hasaikai remnants. After Overhaul's defeat and Eri's death, the organization had fractured, but not dissolved. Various factions fought for control, each one more desperate and brutal than the last, and intelligence suggested they were planning something big. Izuku had shared this information with the hero agencies, filed reports, followed proper protocols, watched the system grind slowly, bureaucratically, failing to act in time, so he made preparations of his own. The attack came during the convention's keynote address, the current #1 hero giving a speech about the bright future of hero society. Ironic timing. Explosions rocked the convention center. Not Bakugo's wild blasts, but calculated demolition charges that collapsed support structures and sealed exits. Professional work. Chaos erupted, civilians screaming, heroes scrambling, media cameras capturing everything. And through the smoke walked 24 villains in modified Shi Hasekai gear, led by a man calling himself Chronos, Overhaul's former right hand. Heroes! His voice boomed through speakers. You killed our leader, destroyed our organization. Now we take payment in blood. The villains spread out, attacking indiscriminately. Their quirks varied, some enhanced strength, others elemental manipulation, a few with more exotic abilities. But all clearly trained, all clearly prepared. This wasn't random violence. This was a coordinated assault designed for maximum casualties and media impact. Class 1A's students reacted immediately. Ida organized evacuation routes. Todoroki created ice barriers to protect civilians. Yaoyorozu generated protective equipment, and Izuku pulled on his gloves. Mina, he said calmly, get the civilians out. Mirio, coordinate with the pros. Everyone else, defensive positions only. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. What are you going to do? Todoroki asked. Izuku looked at the villains systematically destroying the convention center, hurting innocent people, turning a celebration into a massacre. He saw Ishval, saw the Promised Day, saw every battle he'd ever fought where civilians were caught in the crossfire. What I should have done 6 months ago, he replied, end this permanently. He walked forward, alone, into the center of the chaos. The villains noticed him immediately. A student, seemingly unprotected, walking calmly through the destruction. Look, a hero brat, one laughed. Easy target. 3 of them charged. Quirks activated. Confident in their numbers and power, Izuku raised his hand. Snap, the explosion caught all 3 mid-charge. Not enough to kill, just enough to incapacitate. They collapsed unconscious and burned. Chronos turned, studying Izuku with calculating eyes. You're that student. The one from the sports festival, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, he confirmed. And you're Chronos, Overhaul's lieutenant. Former lieutenant. The master is dead, thanks to heroes. Chronos' quirk activated. Temporal manipulation that could slow or speed up time for whatever he touched. Dangerous at close range. We're here for revenge. No, Izuku said flatly. You're here because villain organizations are predictable. You lost your leader, your structure collapsed, and now you're lashing out hoping to regain relevance. But this isn't strategy, this is desperation. Kill him. Chronostasis ordered. The remaining villains attacked as one. 21 opponents, all with combat quirks, all willing to kill. Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap, 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 snap! 5 explosions in rapid succession, 5 villains down. He moved while attacking, never staying still, analyzing each opponent's quirk and adjusting his strikes accordingly. The one with enhanced durability got a sustained burn that melted through his defenses. The speedster got a proximity blast that caught him mid-dash. The girl with acid generation got her hands incinerated before she could attack. Systematic, efficient, ruthless. The media cameras caught every second. Izuku fought like a force of nature. Each snap precisely calculated, each explosion perfectly controlled, never wasting movement, never hesitating. This wasn't the sports festival. This wasn't training. This was combat, and Izuku treated it with the seriousness it deserved. 10 villains down in 30 seconds. Chronostasis realized the danger too late. He activated his quirk, reaching for Izuku to slow him down. Izuku snapped before the touch connected. Snap. The explosion hit Chronostasis' arm, severing it at the elbow. The villains screamed, stumbling back. You made a mistake coming here, Izuku said coldly. He snapped again. Snap, Chronostasis' legs. The man collapsed, unable to stand. The remaining villains tried to flee. Izuku didn't let them. Snap, 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 snap. 11 more explosions. 11 more villains incapacitated. The entire assault force, 24 trained killers, defeated in under 2 minutes. The convention center fell silent. Everyone, heroes, civilians, media, stared at Izuku standing amid the unconscious villains, his gloves still raised, small wisps of smoke rising from his fingers. Then someone started clapping. More people joined. Soon the entire convention center erupted in applause and cheers. Izuku lowered his hands, looking around at the celebration, at the civilians he'd saved, at the heroes who'd failed to stop the attack in time, at the cameras broadcasting this moment to the entire nation. This is what they want, he realized. Someone who actually protects them. Someone who doesn't hesitate. Someone who wins, but it's also what I need. Public support, social capital, The foundation for reform, he allowed himself a small smile and waved to the crowd. Behind him, pro-heroes arrived to secure the villains. The number one hero, a man named Star and Stripe who'd taken All Might's place after his retirement, approached Izuku. "Hell of a job, kid," Star said, extending his hand. "You just saved hundreds of lives." Izuku shook it, just doing what needed to be done. "We could use more heroes like you. Got offers from every major agency after the sports festival, but you turned them all down. Why? Because I'm still learning," Izuku replied smoothly. "Still preparing. When I become a pro, I want to be ready to make a real difference." "You made a pretty big difference today," Star pointed out. "Media's going to eat this up. Student hero saves convention. You're going to be famous." "Good," Izuku said. "Fame means influence. Influence means I can start changing things." Star's expression grew more serious. "Changing what things?" "Everything that needs changing." Izuku met his eyes steadily. The hero ranking system, the treatment of quirkless individuals, the way agencies prioritize profit over protection. All of it. "That's ambitious. That's necessary." Star studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Keep that fire, kid. God knows the system needs someone willing to shake things up. Just be careful. People with power don't like being told they're using it wrong." "I'm counting on it," Izuku replied. The aftermath was exactly what he'd expected. Media frenzy. Izuku's face on every news channel, every social media feed, every hero discussion forum. The student who stopped a massacre. UA's secret weapon. The next symbol of peace. Offers flooded in. Hero agencies wanting to recruit him. Equipment manufacturers wanting endorsements. Government officials wanting meetings. Izuku accepted some, declined others, and carefully built his public image. Capable. Confident. Dedicated to reform. Someone who actually gave a damn about protecting people instead of maintaining the status quo. Public opinion was overwhelmingly positive. Finally, people said a hero who actually does something instead of just posing for cameras. But not everyone was happy. The Hero Public Safety Commission called him in for a meeting 2 days after the convention. Izuku went, bringing Mina as his +1. She'd insisted, claiming she needed to see what kind of sharks he was swimming with. The commission's headquarters was sterile and bureaucratic. White walls, uncomfortable chairs, that particular smell of government building that transcended worlds and cultures. The chairwoman, a severe woman named Yokumiru Mera, greeted them with a fake smile. "Midoriya, thank you for coming." "Of course," Izuku replied pleasantly. "Always happy to cooperate with the commission." They sat. Mera folded her hands on the desk. "You caused quite a stir at the convention. Very impressive work." "Thank you. However, we do have some concerns about your methods." "What concerns?" "Your approach was extremely aggressive. 24 villains incapacitated, several with permanent injuries. The collateral damage was significant." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I stopped a terrorist attack, saved hundreds of lives, and you're concerned about how I did it?" "We're concerned about the precedent it sets," Mera replied. "Heroes need to show restraint. Using overwhelming force sends the wrong message. And letting villains massacre civilians sends the right message." Izuku's voice remained pleasant, but his eyes were cold. "With respect, Chairwoman, your priorities seem backwards." Mera's smile tightened. "We understand you're passionate about hero work, but you're still a student. You need to learn that sometimes the way you win matters as much as winning itself." "I learned that lesson in my previous life," Izuku replied. "I learned it when I burned people alive for following orders without question, when I participated in massacres because the system told me it was necessary." He leaned forward. "And I learned that the real lesson isn't about restraint. It's about choosing your targets carefully. Those villains chose to attack civilians. I chose to stop them. The math is simple." "Your previous life?" Mera looked confused. "He's being metaphorical," Mina interjected smoothly. "Midoriya studies military history. Sometimes he gets a bit too into character." "I see." Mera clearly didn't believe that, but moved on. "Regardless, we need you to understand that the Commission has guidelines for hero conduct. Guidelines you'll need to follow if you want to become a licensed professional." "I understand perfectly," Izuku said. "You want me to be less effective so I don't make your established heroes look bad by comparison. You want me to prioritize image over results. You want me to be controllable." The room temperature dropped several degrees. "That's quite an accusation," Mara said carefully. It's not an accusation, it's an observation. Izuku stood. I've dealt with bureaucrats like you before, Chairwoman. People who care more about maintaining their authority than actually accomplishing anything. You want to know what happened to them in my previous world? Midoriya. Mina started, recognizing the danger. They were removed, Izuku continued. Systematically, legally when possible, otherwise when necessary. Because institutions that prioritize self-preservation over their actual purpose deserve to be torn down and rebuilt. Mara's fake smile vanished entirely. Is that a threat? It's a statement of historical fact, but if you're worried, maybe that says something about your own administration. Izuku headed for the door. Thank you for the meeting, Chairwoman. I'll keep your guidelines in mind. He left. Mina followed, shooting an apologetic look at the stunned bureaucrat. Outside, Mina grabbed his arm. What the hell was that? You basically just declared war on the Hero Commission. Not war, Izuku corrected. Just letting them know I'm not someone they can control. Better they learn that now before they try something stupid. They're going to come after you now, make your life difficult. I know, I'm counting on it. Izuku smiled. Can't reform a system if you're playing nice with the people who benefit from its corruption. Sometimes you have to force a confrontation. You're insane, Mina said, but she was smiling too. Absolutely insane. Maybe, but I'm effective. That you are. They walked back to UA together, hand in hand, while behind them the wheels of bureaucratic retaliation began to turn. The commission moved subtly at first. Increased scrutiny on Izuku's activities. Requests for additional evaluations, questions about his quirk registration, or lack thereof. Small administrative obstacles designed to be annoying rather than crippling. Izuku documented everything. Built a case file. Prepared for the inevitable escalation. It came 3 weeks later in the form of a licensing exam modification. Normally, students took the provisional hero license exam in their second year. It was a standardized test, same for everyone. But the commission announced a new policy. Students who demonstrated exceptional capability would face enhanced evaluation criteria. Translation, Izuku would have to pass a much harder exam than everyone else. This is bullshit, Kirishima said when the announcement came. You saved all those people at the convention, and now they're punishing you? They're scared, Todoroki observed. Midoriya represents a threat to the established order. They're trying to slow him down. It won't work, Izuku said calmly. I'll pass whatever exam they throw at me, and when I do, they'll look petty and vindictive while I look capable and persecuted. It's actually perfect for my purposes. Mina laughed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? A little, Izuku admitted. In Amestris, I spent decades playing political games. This is familiar territory. So what's the plan? Mirio asked. He'd been sitting quietly in the common room, listening. You pass the exam, get your license, and then what? Then I start operating independently, taking on cases the hero agencies won't touch, exposing corruption, building public support for reform. Izuku leaned back. The commission thinks they're containing me. Actually, they're giving me exactly what I need. Proof that the system is rigged against anyone who threatens it. And if they try something more direct? Mirio's expression was serious. What if they don't stop at administrative obstacles? Then I respond proportionally, Izuku replied. But I don't think they're that stupid. Not yet. Right now they're testing me, seeing how I react. I'll show them I can play their games and win. And when you get tired of playing games? Izuku's smile turned cold. Then I flipped the board. The enhanced licensing exam was scheduled for 2 months later. 60 days to prepare for whatever impossible challenges the commission would throw at him. Izuku trained harder than ever, refined his flame alchemy techniques, studied hero law and regulations, prepared contingencies for every possible scenario. He wasn't worried about passing. He was worried about the message his inevitable success would send. During this time, his relationship with Mina deepened into something he could finally name. They were in his room late one night, Mina helping him organize case files on hero corruption when she suddenly asked, "Do you think you'll ever be happy?" Izuku looked up from the documents. What kind of question is that? A serious one. Mina set down the file she'd been reading. You're always working, always planning, always preparing for the next battle. Do you ever just exist? Without a mission or goal? Not really, Izuku admitted. I've been fighting for something my entire life, both lives. First to end the war in Amestris, then to reform this world's hero system. I don't know how to not be working towards something. That sounds exhausting. It is. Mina moved closer, sitting on the edge of his bed. So let me ask again. Do you think you'll ever be happy? Or is happiness just not something you're capable of anymore? Izuku considered. Thought about Riza Hawkeye and the complicated feelings he'd carried for her. Thought about the weight of command and the isolation that came with it. Thought about all the years spent burning himself out for distant goals. Then he looked at Mina, at her golden eyes and genuine concern, at the way she'd stood beside him through everything, never judging, just supporting. I don't know if I'll ever be happy the way normal people are happy, he said finally. But when I'm with you, I feel less hollow. Like maybe there's something beyond the mission worth living for. Mina's expression softened. That's the saddest, almost love confession I've ever heard. Sorry, I'm not good at this. I know. She took his hand, but you're trying. That counts for something. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Mina spoke again. I love you, you know, not the mission, not the Flame Alchemist. You, Izuku Midoriya. The person who's scared he might be a monster, but keeps trying to be better anyway. Izuku's throat tightened. I don't deserve that. Probably not, but you've got it anyway. She squeezed his hand. So what are you going to do about it? He looked at her, really looked at her. Saw the person who'd accepted him completely, who'd stood by him after learning he was a killer, who trusted him to do terrible things for the right reasons. I love you too, he said quietly. I don't know how. I don't know if it's the same way you love me, but you're the only person in this world who makes me feel human instead of just functional. Mina smiled, that bright, genuine smile that lit up her whole face. Good enough for me. She leaned in and kissed him. Soft, gentle, nothing demanding. Just connection. Izuku kissed back, letting himself feel something other than cold calculation for the first time in months. Letting himself be Izuku Midoriya instead of the Flame Alchemist, just for a moment. Just with her. When they broke apart, Mina rested her forehead against his. We're going to make this work, right? You doing your revolution thing, me standing beside you, we're going to be okay? I don't know, Izuku admitted. The path ahead is going to be hard. Dangerous. I might have to do things that make what happened to Bakugo look tame. Can you handle that? As long as you're doing them for the right reasons and not losing yourself completely, yeah, I can handle it. She pulled back slightly. But you have to promise me something. What? Promise you won't forget why you're doing this. Promise that when you're burning down the old system, you remember you're trying to build something better, not just destroying for the sake of it. I promise, Izuku said, and meant it. Good. Mina stood, stretched. Now come on, it's late. We both need sleep if you're going to pass this bullshit exam they're throwing at you. She headed for the door, then paused. Oh, and Midoriya? Thanks for finally admitting you love me. Took you long enough. How long did you know? Since the sports festival. You looked at me the same way my mom looks at my dad, like I was your anchor. She grinned. But I wanted to hear you say it. You're evil, Izuku said, but he was smiling. You like me anyway. Unfortunately. Mina laughed and left. Izuku sat alone in his room, feeling something warm and alive in his chest. Maybe happiness wasn't completely out of reach after all. The enhanced licensing exam arrived like a storm. Izuku reported to a special testing facility outside the city. Unlike the normal exam location where hundreds of students gathered, this was private. Isolated. Just Izuku, the examiners, and whatever nightmare scenario they'd concocted. The head examiner introduced himself as Yoroi Musha, a retired hero with a reputation for strictness. Midoriya, welcome to your evaluation. This will be different from the standard licensing exam. I figured, Izuku replied. What's the challenge? Survival. Yoroi gestured to a massive training ground behind him. This facility simulates an urban disaster zone. Buildings collapsed, civilians trapped, multiple villain groups taking advantage of the chaos. Your task is simple. Rescue as many civilians as possible while subduing all hostile forces. You have 2 hours. And the catch? Yoroi smiled. The civilians are actually actors who will actively resist rescue if they perceive you as threatening. The villains are pro-heroes instructed to use lethal force, and the entire scenario is designed based on your known capabilities and fighting style. So you've built a trap specifically for me. We've built a realistic scenario that tests whether you can protect people while being actively hunted by enemies who know how you fight. If you're as capable as your record suggests, it shouldn't be a problem. Izuku studied the training ground, saw the collapsed buildings, the strategic choke points, the perfect ambush positions. They weren't trying to evaluate him. They were trying to break him. Prove he couldn't function without resorting to overwhelming force. "When do we start?" he asked. "Now." The buzzer sounded. Izuku stepped into the disaster zone. Immediately, explosions rocked the area. Not real explosives, training munitions designed to disorient without causing actual harm, but enough to simulate combat conditions. Izuku pulled on his gloves and began moving. The first group of villains attacked within 30 seconds. 3 pro heroes in civilian clothes using mid-range combat quirks. They came at him with coordinated tactics. Trying to pin him down, Izuku analyzed their patterns, recognized their training. Professional heroes trying to fight like villains, but unable to completely suppress their hero instincts. Snap! The explosion caught one mid-dash. He went down hard, but not permanently injured. Snap! Second one incapacitated through a precision strike to his weapon hand. The third one, a woman with enhanced speed, almost reached him. Almost snap, she hit the ground unconscious before her hand could connect. 3 seconds. 3 opponents down. Izuku kept moving, searching for civilians. He found the first group trapped under rubble. 5 actors playing scared citizens, all instructed to be difficult. They screamed when they saw him approaching. "Stay back! You're going to hurt us!" "I'm here to help," Izuku said calmly. He assessed the rubble. Heavy concrete, unstable, dangerous to move without proper equipment. He snapped his fingers carefully. Precision explosions that reduced the rubble to smaller, manageable pieces without creating additional collapse risk. The actors stared at him in genuine surprise. Apparently they'd expected something more violent. Izuku helped them out one by one, checking for injuries, directing them to the safe zone. Professional. Efficient. Gentle despite his reputation. More villains, attacked while he was working. 6 this time, using long-range quirks to keep him occupied while he was vulnerable. Izuku didn't stop rescuing civilians. He simply snapped his fingers in precise patterns, creating defensive flame walls that intercepted attacks while he continued extraction operations. Multitasking. Something his decades of military experience made possible. The 6 attackers realized their strategy wasn't working and charged together, hoping to overwhelm him through close combat. Bad decisions. Snap, 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 snap. 6 explosions, 6 opponents down. Izuku didn't even look at them, focused entirely on getting the last civilian clear. "Are you okay?" he asked the actor, an elderly woman playing a frightened grandmother. Yes, thank you." "Run to the safe zone. That direction. Don't stop." She ran. Izuku moved to the next group. The exam continued like this for 2 hours. Izuku systematically cleared the disaster zone, rescuing civilians while defeating every pro hero sent against him. He adapted to their tactics, anticipated their strategies, and countered with overwhelming efficiency. By the end, he'd rescued 42 civilians and incapacitated 27 villains. 0 casualties on either side. Minimal collateral damage, perfect score. Yoroi Musha watched the whole thing from the observation room, his expression growing more troubled by the minute. "He's not what I expected," one of the other examiners said. "No," Yoroi agreed. "We designed this to force him to choose between protecting civilians and fighting efficiently. But he did both simultaneously, without hesitation, without visible strain. His tactical awareness is incredible. He predicted every ambush, countered every strategy, and still prioritized civilian safety. That's what makes him dangerous," Yoroi said quietly. "He's not just powerful, he's disciplined. Experienced. He fights like someone who's done this 10,000 times before." "So what do we tell the commission?" Yoroi was silent for a long moment. "Then, we tell them the truth. Midoriya passed with the highest score in licensing exam history. He's ready to be a professional hero. And God help us all if he ever decides to stop being one." The results were announced publicly. Izuku Midoriya had passed the enhanced licensing exam with a perfect score. He was now a provisional hero, authorized to operate independently under supervision. The media went wild. Student achieves perfect score on impossible exam. UA's Flame Alchemist proves critics wrong. The next generation's strongest hero? The commission tried to downplay it, but the damage was done. They'd created a test specifically designed to be impossible, and Izuku had beaten it effortlessly. It made them look petty and him look unstoppable. Public opinion shifted further in his favor. Finally, people said someone who actually deserves the hero title. But the commission wasn't done. They assigned Izuku to an agency for his mandatory internship. Not one of his choice, but one of theirs. A small, unremarkable agency in a quiet district. Obviously trying to keep him away from high-profile cases, Izuku accepted without complaint. Played the obedient student. Waited. The opportunity he was waiting for came 3 weeks into his internship. A major incident at a downtown bank. Hostage situation. Approximately 30 civilians trapped inside with a villain group that called themselves the MHA Liberation Army, an organization advocating for unrestricted quirk use and the abolition of hero regulations. In other words, anarchists who didn't understand that regulations existed for a reason. Every major agency responded. This was high profile, high risk, high reward for anyone who could resolve it cleanly. Izuku wasn't assigned to the case. His agency wasn't even called. But he showed up anyway, claiming he'd been in the area and responded as a provisional hero should. The scene commander, a pro-hero named Manuel, tried to wave him off. "Midoriya, this isn't your jurisdiction. Go back to your assigned patrol. With respect, sir, I have a provisional license that authorizes me to respond to major incidents. This qualifies. The big agencies are handling it. We don't need." An explosion interrupted him. One of the bank's windows shattered, flames visible inside. The villains were making their position clear. Try to breach, and they'd start killing hostages. Manuel cursed. "We need someone who can get in without triggering them. Maybe a stealth hero, or..." "I can do it," Izuku said. "You're a fire user. Stealth isn't your specialty. Fire is just one application of my abilities. I can control combustion, which means I can also prevent it. Let me try." Manuel looked at the burning bank, at the terrified civilians visible through the windows, at the media cameras broadcasting everything. "Fine, but you follow my orders. No cowboy bullshit. We do this by the book." Of course, Izuku lied. He approached the bank carefully, analyzed the situation. 6 villains visible, probably more inside. They had the hostages grouped in the main lobby, away from windows. Smart positioning. Hard to assault without risking civilian casualties. But they'd made one mistake. They were using fire as intimidation. And fire was Izuku's element. He placed his hand on the bank's outer wall, felt the heat radiating from inside, mapped the air currents, the oxygen concentration, the precise location of every flame. Then he snapped his fingers. The effect was instantaneous. Every fire inside the bank extinguished simultaneously. Not slowly dying out, just gone. As if someone had flipped a switch. The villains panicked. Their intimidation tactic had vanished. They were exposed. Izuku walked through the front door. "Who the hell are you?" the leader, a man with a magma quirk, demanded. "Someone who understands fire better than you do." Izuku pulled on his gloves fully. "Release the hostages. Surrender peacefully. Last chance." The villain laughed. "You're just a kid. I'll melt you where you stand." He activated his quirk. Magma erupted from his hands, flowing toward Izuku in a superheated wave. Izuku snapped. Snap! The explosion hit the magma mid-flow, dispersing it into harmless droplets that cooled before hitting anything. He snapped again. Snap! This explosion caught the villain directly, slamming him into the wall hard enough to knock him unconscious. The other villains attacked as one. 6 opponents, various quirks, all desperate. Izuku moved through them like death incarnate. Snap! The woman with metal manipulation had her quirk interrupted by a precision blast to her hands. Snap! The speedster ran face first into an explosion that caught him mid-dash. Snap! The tank type with enhanced durability went down from a sustained burn that melted through his defenses. Snap! 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 The remaining 3 fell in rapid succession. 15 seconds. 7 villains incapacitated. 0 civilian casualties. Izuku calmly walked to the hostages, helped them up, and directed them outside to waiting emergency personnel. The media cameras caught everything. Every explosion, every precise strike, every moment of overwhelming competence. Manuel stood outside, watching the footage on a nearby screen, his expression stunned. How did he... "That's Midoriya," another hero said. "He doesn't play by normal rules." "No," Manuel agreed quietly. "He really doesn't." The aftermath was predictable. More media frenzy, more public adoration, more offers from agencies trying to recruit him, but also more attention from the commission. They were running out of ways to contain him. Every obstacle they threw up, he overcame. Every test they designed, he passed. Every attempt to limit his impact just made him more popular. They were losing control of the narrative. Izuku knew this, counted on it. The more desperate they became, the more mistakes they'd make. The confrontation came 1 week later. Izuku was called to a private meeting with the full commission board. Not just the chairwoman, but all 5 members. Heavy hitters. People who controlled Hero Society from the shadows. He went, but not alone. Brought his entire support network. Mina, Mirio, Aizawa, and even All Might. Quite the entourage, Chairwoman Mera observed as they entered the boardroom. Quite the ambush, Izuku replied, gesturing at the 5 commission members arranged like a tribunal. I thought it prudent to bring witnesses. This isn't an ambush. It's a discussion about your future. My future, or your control over it. The tension in the room was palpable. The commission members exchanged glances. One of them, a severe man named Tamakawa, spoke up. Midoriya, you've caused significant disruption to the hero system in the short time you've been active. Your methods are effective but concerning. Concerning how? You operate outside established protocols. You take on cases without authorization. You use excessive force. You publicly criticize the hero ranking system. You've become, frankly, a liability. A liability to whom? Izuku asked. To civilians? I've saved hundreds of lives. To heroes? I've exposed corruption and incompetence. To society? I've shown people that heroes can actually do their jobs instead of just posing for cameras. He leaned forward. Or are you saying I'm a liability to you specifically? To your ability to maintain control over hero society? We maintain order, Mera said coldly. We ensure the hero system functions properly. What you're doing threatens that stability. What I'm doing exposes that your stability is built on corruption and failure. You protect bads, you punish good ones who don't play your political games. You've turned hero work into a popularity contest where effectiveness matters less than image. That's quite an accusation, Tamakawa said. It's a fact, Aizawa interjected. Everyone turned to him in surprise. I've been a hero for 15 years. I've watched the system deteriorate. Watched good heroes burn out while flashy ones get promoted. Midoriya isn't wrong. The system is broken. Even so, another commission member said, a woman named Kana, we can't have a single student disrupting everything we've built. There have to be consequences. What kind of consequences? All Might asked, his voice carrying warning. We're considering revoking his provisional license, Mera said. His actions, while effective, set a dangerous precedent that if other heroes start operating like him, ignoring protocols, using excessive force, publicly criticizing the commission, the entire system could collapse. So that's what this is really about, Mirio said quietly. You're scared that if Midoriya succeeds, other heroes will follow his example, and then you'll lose your control. We're trying to prevent chaos, Kaina insisted. No, Izuku said. You're trying to prevent change, and that's the problem. This system needs chaos, needs disruption, needs someone willing to break the rules you've used to maintain your authority. He stood, placed both hands on the table, and looked each commission member in the eye. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to leave my license alone. You're going to stop trying to limit my activities. You're going to allow me to continue operating as I have been. And in exchange, I won't publicly expose every piece of corruption and failure I've documented over the past 6 months. The room went dead silent. Are you blackmailing us? Mera asked, her voice dangerous. I'm negotiating, Izuku corrected. In Amestris, in my previous life, I learned that institutions like yours only respond to force, either the force of public pressure or the force of having your crimes exposed. I'm giving you a choice of which one you prefer. We could have you arrested, Tamakawa said. For what? Saving people, exposing corruption, being too effective at my job? Izuku smiled coldly. Go ahead and try. See how the public reacts when you arrest the hero who's been protecting them while your approved heroes pose for cameras. This is absurd, Kaina said. You're one student. You can't threaten the entire commission. Watch me. Izuku pulled out a data chip, the business. This contains documentation of every corrupt hero agency still operating with your blessing. Every botched rescue operation you've covered up, Every quirkless discrimination case your system has ignored. Every failure that led to civilian deaths while you maintained the status quo. He placed it on the table. I release this to the media, and your commission doesn't survive the week. The public will demand complete restructuring. Politicians will use it as ammunition. Every hero you've ever protected will turn on you to save their own careers. The commission members stared at the chip like it was a live grenade. So here's my offer, Izuku continued. You back off. Let me continue my work, and when I eventually have enough power and influence to reform this system properly, I'll do it through legal channels. Give you time to adapt, to save face, to pretend you were part of the solution instead of the problem. And if we refuse? Mera asked. Then I burn it all down, right now, today, and I rebuild from ashes. Won't be pretty, won't be clean, but it'll be done. His eyes were cold. I've toppled governments before, Chairwoman. I can do it again. The silence stretched. The commission members looked at each other, having silent conversations with glances and micro-expressions. Finally, Mera spoke. You get one chance, one misstep, one civilian casualty that can be blamed on your methods, one public incident that damages hero society, and we come down on you with everything we have. Fair enough, Izuku said. He pocketed the data chip. Pleasure doing business with you. He turned and walked out. His support group followed. Outside the building, Mina grabbed his arm. Holy shit! You just threatened the Hero Commission, the actual government organization that controls all hero licensing and operations. Yes, Izuku agreed. Are you insane? Probably, but it was necessary. They needed to understand I'm not someone they can bully or control. They're gonna make your life hell now, All Might said. Every case you take, every mission you run, they'll be watching for any excuse to take you down. I know. Izuku looked up at the commission building. But now they know I'm watching them too. And that if they push too hard, I'll push back harder. It's a Cold War, essentially. Mutually assured destruction. How very military of you, Aizawa commented dryly. Old habits, Izuku replied. But effective ones. Mirio had been quiet, but now he spoke. You're really gonna do it, aren't you? Actually reform the entire hero system. That's the plan. It'll take years, decades maybe. I have time and patience and enough anger to sustain me through however long it takes. Izuku looked at his friends. I know what I'm asking of all of you. Standing beside someone who's declared war on the establishment. It's dangerous, could ruin your careers. So if any of you want to step back, now's the time. No one moved. Mina squeezed his hand. We're in this together, remember? For better or worse. Besides, Mirio added with a slight smile, someone needs to keep you from burning down the entire world while you're fixing it. That was Mina's line. Izuku pointed out. It's a good line. I'm stealing it. Despite the tension, Izuku found himself smiling. Thank you. All of you. Don't thank us yet, Aizawa said. The real work is just beginning, and it's going to get much worse before it gets better. I know, Izuku replied, but at least we're finally moving forward instead of playing their games. They left together, a small group of rebels preparing to change the world. Behind them in the commission building, 5 very worried bureaucrats stared at the closed door and wondered what they'd just unleashed. The Cold War with the commission lasted 3 months. They watched him. He watched them. Both sides gathering ammunition, both sides preparing for the inevitable confrontation. But the real threat came from an unexpected direction. The League of Villains had been rebuilding after All Might's retirement. Under new leadership, a villain called Shigaraki Tamura, who'd survived the USJ incident and grown significantly more dangerous, they'd become the premier villain organization in Japan, and they'd been watching Izuku too. The attack came during a class training exercise. Class 1A was at a remote facility, practicing large-scale rescue operations, standard UA training, nothing special. Until the villains attacked. Not a small group this time, not a targeted raid. A full-scale assault with dozens of villains, multiple Nomu, and Shigaraki himself leading the charge. Their target was clear. Capture or kill Izuku Midoriya. They're here for you, Todoroki said as the villains emerged from warp portals. This whole thing is about you. I know, Izuku replied, already pulling on his gloves. Everyone fall back. Get to the safe zones. I'll handle this. Like hell you will, Mina said, her hands already dripping acid. We're a class. We fight together. These aren't petty criminals, Izuku argued. These are League members. Organized. Trained. Dangerous. So are we, Kirishima said, hardening his arms. We've trained with the best, learned from you. We're not running. Izuku wanted to argue, wanted to send them away from danger, but he saw their determined faces and recognized something. They weren't the scared students who'd hidden during the USJ attack anymore. They were heroes. Maybe not fully licensed, but heroes nonetheless. Fine, he said, but we do this smart, formations, support each other. No one plays hero alone. Clear? Clear, the class responded as one. The battle began. Villains poured in, dozens of them, all with combat quirks, all clearly prepared for a major engagement. The students formed defensive positions, using the terrain and their training to maximum advantage. Izuku took point, snapping his fingers in rapid succession. Snap, 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 snap. 5 villains down in the opening salvo. He moved while attacking, never still, coordinating with his classmates through hand signals and short commands. Todoroki created ice barriers that funneled enemies into kill zones. Yaoyorozu generated weapons and equipment. Tokoyami's dark shadow struck from unexpected angles. Ida used his speed for lightning raids, and Mina stayed at Izuku's side, her acid melting through enemy defenses while he incinerated anything that got close. They fought as a unit, trained, professional, effective. But the villains kept coming. Wave after wave, more than any student group should have been able to handle. Then the Nomu arrived, 3 of them, each one massive, muscular, clearly enhanced beyond normal capabilities. They crashed into the student defensive line like battering rams. Scatter, Izuku ordered. The students broke formation, avoiding the initial assault. But the Nomu were fast, strong, and regenerating from any damage. This is bad, Izuku thought. These things were designed to fight All Might. We're students. Even with my experience, this is... One Nomu grabbed Kirishima, lifted him overhead, preparing to slam him into the ground. Izuku didn't think. Just acted. Snap. The explosion caught the Nomu's arm, severing it. Kirishima fell free. The Nomu's arm regenerated in seconds, but it was enough time for Kirishima to get to safety. Everyone focus on the regular villains, Izuku shouted. I'll handle the Nomu. You can't fight 3 of them alone, Todoroki called back. Watch me. Izuku charged forward, meeting the Nomu head-on. His mind slipped into combat mode, the state of hyper-awareness he developed during the Ishvalan War. Time didn't slow, but his perception sharpened. Every detail crystal clear, every option evaluated instantaneously. The first Nomu swung at him. Izuku ducked, snapped his fingers, created an explosion under its feet that threw it off balance. The second Nomu charged from his blind spot. Izuku sensed it through air displacement, rolled aside, snapped again. The explosion caught it mid-charge. The third Nomu was smarter. Waited. Analyzed, then attacked when Izuku was vulnerable. Almost caught him. Almost. Izuku snapped both hands simultaneously, creating a dual explosion that forced the Nomu back. But he felt it, the strain. The physical exhaustion of sustained combat. I can't keep this up forever. Need to end this quickly. He began repositioning, herding the Nomu into a tighter formation. Precision strikes. Calculated movement, creating the opening he needed. The Nomu followed predictably. They were powerful, but not intelligent. Followed patterns. Could be exploited. Izuku led them to the center of the training field. Stopped. Turned. All 3 Nomu charged him at once. He raised both hands. Began snapping in a complex pattern he'd been developing for months. A technique he'd never used in combat before because it was too dangerous, too destructive, too likely to cause collateral damage. But here, with no civilians nearby and his classmates at safe distance, perfect opportunity. Snap, 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 snap. 10 snaps in rapid succession. Not individual explosions, but a chain reaction. Each explosion feeding into the next, building power, increasing temperature. The Nomu were engulfed in flame. Not regular fire, alchemical fire, burning hotter than anything natural. Hot enough to overwhelm even their regeneration. The explosion was apocalyptic. A pillar of flame that reached into the sky, visible for miles. The heat was so intense, it created its own wind system, air rushing in to feed the conflagration. When it cleared, the 3 Nomu were gone. Not injured, not defeated, completely disintegrated, reduced to ash and scattered molecules. Izuku stood at the epicenter, gloves smoking, breathing heavily. That technique had taken everything he had. His fingers ached, his arms trembled, his quirk exhaustion. No, his alchemical exhaustion was approaching critical levels, but the Nomu were down. The remaining villains stared in shock. The students stared in awe. Even Shigaraki, watching from a distance, looked impressed and disturbed in equal measure. "Fall back," Shigaraki ordered the villains. "Now!" They retreated through warp portals. The League had made their statement, shown they could strike at will. But they'd also learned that Izuku Midoriya was even more dangerous than intelligence suggested. The battle ended. Casualties, 0 on the student side. Several dozen villains captured, 3 Nomu eliminated permanently. Victory. But at what cost? Izuku collapsed. The exhaustion finally caught up with him. Mina caught him before he hit the ground. "I've got you," she said quietly. "You did good. You saved everyone." "Used too much power," Izuku mumbled, consciousness fading. Showed them everything. "Rest now. We'll worry about it later." Izuku's vision darkened. The last thing he saw before passing out was Mina's concerned face and the smoke still rising from where the Nomu had been. He woke up 3 days later in UA's medical wing. Recovery Girl was there immediately. "Don't move. You suffered severe exhaustion, pushed your body past safe limits. What were you thinking?" "I was thinking my classmates were in danger," Izuku replied. His voice was hoarse. "Did everyone make it?" "Yes, thanks to you. No serious injuries among the students." She adjusted his IV. "But you nearly killed yourself. That technique you used, the fire pillar, it was reckless." "It was necessary." "Necessary and reckless aren't mutually exclusive." Recovery Girl's expression softened. "You're a good hero, Midoriya, but you need to remember you're not invincible. Even legends can die if they push too hard." Izuku nodded, knew she was right, but couldn't regret his choice. His classmates were alive. The villains were defeated. Sometimes that's all that mattered. The door opened. Mina entered, followed by Mirio, Aizawa, and surprisingly, All Might. "You're awake," Mina said, relief obvious in her voice. "Thank God, you've been out for 3 days. I was starting to worry you'd pulled a Sleeping Beauty." "No coma kisses necessary," Izuku replied with a weak smile. "Damn, I had one prepared and everything." Despite the tension, everyone laughed. The moment of levity breaking the heavy atmosphere, then Aizawa spoke. "Midoriya, we need to talk about what happened." "The League attack? We defended successfully. Civilian casualties 0, student casualties 0, enemy casualties significant. By any metric, it was a success." "That's not what I mean." Aizawa pulled up a chair. "That technique you used, the fire pillar, it was apocalyptic. The entire region felt the heat. Satellites caught it from space. You basically unleashed a tactical weapon in the middle of a student training exercise. Against 3 Nomu designed to fight All Might, I used appropriate force for the threat level." "Appropriate force?" All Might interjected. "Young Midoriya, you vaporized 3 beings in an explosion that reached temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun. That's not appropriate force. That's what the Flame Alchemist does," Izuku said quietly. "When pushed to the limit, when protecting people who matter, I don't have All Might's raw strength. I don't have a quirk that makes me invincible. What I have is chemistry, calculation, and the willingness to burn everything that threatens what I'm protecting." "But at what cost?" Aizawa asked. "You nearly died. Pushed yourself so far past your limits that Recovery Girl says you're lucky your body didn't shut down completely. Was it worth it?" "My classmates are alive," Izuku replied simply. "So yes, it was worth it." Mirio had been quiet, but now he spoke. "The media's going insane, you know. That explosion was caught on camera. Social media's full of videos. They're calling you everything from the next All Might to a potential villain in hero's clothing." "What do you think?" Izuku asked him directly. "I think you did what you had to do. And I think anyone who questions that wasn't there watching Nomu about to kill your classmates." Mirio's expression was serious. "But I also think you need to be careful. You're getting more powerful, more willing to use that power. There's a line between doing what's necessary and becoming the thing you're fighting against." "I'm aware of the line," Izuku said. "I've crossed it before. I know exactly where it is." "That's what worries me," Mirio admitted. "People who've crossed lines before find it easier to cross them again." Izuku had no response to that. Because Mirio was right, All Might sighed heavily. "The Hero Commission wants to meet with you again, soon as you're recovered. They're not happy about the display of power. They're scared. Izuku corrected. Scared of what I represent. Someone who can operate outside their control and still be more effective than their approved heroes. Regardless of their motivations, you need to meet with them. Try to smooth things over. Show them you're not a threat to social stability. But I am a threat to social stability, Izuku pointed out. That's the whole point. Can't reform a broken system without destabilizing it first. Then at least try to be diplomatic about it, Aizawa suggested. You've made your point, proven you're powerful beyond conventional measures. Now show them you can be responsible with that power. Izuku considered. They weren't wrong. He'd shown his full combat capabilities. Let the world see what he could do when truly pushed. Now he needed to show he could be trusted with that power, even if it was a lie. Even if eventually he'd use that power to tear down and rebuild the system. For now, diplomacy served his purposes. All right, he agreed. I'll meet with them. Play nice. Show them I'm a good little hero candidate who just wants to protect people. Thank you, All Might said, relief obvious. But I'm not compromising on my goals, Izuku added. I'm still going to reform the system. Still going to expose corruption. Still going to do whatever's necessary to fix what's broken. The Commission can either work with me or get out of my way. Those are their options. You're impossible, Aizawa said, but there was a hint of a smile. I'm effective, Izuku corrected. There's a difference. They talked for a while longer, discussing the practical implications of the League attack and the media response. Eventually, everyone left except Mina. She sat on the edge of his bed, taking his hand. You scared me, you know, when you collapsed. For a second, I thought you'd pushed too far and wasn't coming back. I'm sorry, Izuku said. I didn't mean to worry you. You never mean to. But you keep doing these big dramatic sacrifices and I keep having to worry about whether you're going to survive them. She squeezed his hand. I know you're trying to save the world. I know you have this grand mission. But please remember, you're also a person who other people care about. Your life has value beyond being a weapon pointed at corruption. I know, Izuku said. But did he really? He'd been a soldier for so long, both lives, that his self-worth was tied to his utility, to his effectiveness, to his ability to complete missions, being valued as a person instead of a tool. That was still foreign territory. Do you? Mina challenged. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you view yourself as expendable. As long as the mission succeeds, your survival is optional. That's not healthy, Midoriya. That's not sustainable. I'll try to be more careful, Izuku offered. You'll try, Mina repeated skeptically. Not I will, just I'll try. It's the best I can promise. When civilians are in danger, when people I care about are threatened, I'll do whatever's necessary, even if it means risking myself. I know, that's what makes you a hero. It's also what makes you an idiot. She leaned forward, kissed his forehead. But you're my idiot, so I guess I'll keep worrying about you and hoping you survive your own heroism. That's all I can ask for. Mina smiled. Get some rest. You've got a long recovery ahead and an angry hero commission to placate. You'll need your strength for both. Stay? Izuku asked. Obviously. Someone needs to make sure you actually rest instead of immediately planning your next revolutionary activity. She settled into the chair beside his bed, still holding his hand. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling safer than he had in days. The war was far from over, but at least he wasn't fighting it alone. Recovery took 2 weeks. Izuku pushed the limits of what Recovery Girl recommended, training even while injured, refusing to let physical exhaustion slow his preparations, because he knew what was coming. The League's attack had been a warning shot. Next time would be worse. And the Hero Commission was circling like sharks, looking for any excuse to shut him down. The meeting with the Commission happened on his first day back at full health. This time he went alone. No support group, no witnesses. Just him and 5 bureaucrats who wanted him gone. Midoriya, Chairwoman Mera greeted him without warmth. Thank you for coming. Did I have a choice? There's always a choice, though some choices have consequences. She gestured to a chair. Sit. We have much to discuss. Izuku sat outwardly calm. Inside, his tactical mind was running scenarios, evaluating threat levels, preparing contingencies. Your display during the League attack was impressive, Mera continued, also terrifying. You eliminated 3 Nomu, creatures designed to fight the symbol of peace, in a single attack. That represents a threat level we can't ignore. I saved my classmates, Izuku replied. Used appropriate force for the situation. Would you have preferred I held back and let them die? We'd prefer you demonstrate some restraint, some awareness of the implications of your actions. I'm fully aware of the implications. I'm powerful enough to threaten the established order. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Isn't it? Not my methods, not my effectiveness, just your fear that I'm beyond your control. You are beyond our control, Tamakawa interjected. That's the problem. Heroes operate within a system. They follow regulations, report to agencies, accept oversight. You do none of these things. Because your system is broken, Izuku said flatly. Your regulations protect corrupt heroes and punish effective ones. Your agencies prioritize profit over protection. Your oversight is just political maneuvering. Why would I work within a system designed to fail? So you'd rather operate as a vigilante? Kana asked. Take the law into your own hands, become judge, jury, and executioner? Izuku met her eyes steadily, knew she was trying to provoke him, get him to admit to something they could use against him. I operate as a licensed hero, he said carefully. I follow the law, I protect civilians, I defeat villains. Everything by the book. The fact that I'm more effective than your approved heroes isn't my problem, it's yours. The public sees you as a maverick, Mara said. Someone who doesn't play by the rules. That perception undermines hero society's stability. The public sees me as someone who actually does the job instead of posing for cameras, Izuku corrected. If that undermines your stability, maybe your stability was built on lies to begin with. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Careful, Midoriya, Mara warned. You're very close to crossing a line you can't uncross. I've already crossed that line, Izuku replied. Multiple times, in ways you don't know about and can't prove, and I'll cross it again if necessary. The only question is whether you're going to waste time trying to stop me or accept that I'm not going away. We could revoke your license, Tamakawa threatened. You could try, but we both know what happens then. I release everything I have on your corruption. The public outcry would be immediate. Politicians would demand your resignations. The entire commission would be dismantled within a month. Izuku leaned forward. So let's stop playing games. What do you actually want? Mara studied him for a long moment. Then she seemed to reach a decision. A compromise, she said finally. You continue operating as you have been. We stop interfering with your activities. In exchange, you consult with us before taking any major action. Give us a heads up so we can prepare for the fallout. And if I disagree with your assessment, then you do what you're going to do anyway, and we deal with the consequences. But at least we'll be prepared. At least there's communication instead of this constant conflict. Izuku considered. It wasn't what he wanted, complete independence, but it was better than constant opposition, and it gave him insight into how the commission thought and operated. Fine, he agreed. But the communication goes both ways. You share intelligence with me. Tell me about threats before they become crises. Let me operate proactively instead of just reacting to problems you've let fester. That's highly irregular. So is a student who can vaporize Nomu. Adapt or fail, your choice. Mara looked at the other commission members. Silent communication happened. Finally, she nodded. Agreed. But Midoriya, if you betray this arrangement, if you use our intelligence for purposes we haven't approved, we will come down on you with everything we have. Understood, Izuku said. Didn't mention that he had no intention of limiting himself to their approved purposes. They shook hands. The meeting ended. Izuku walked out, feeling like he'd won a significant victory. He'd gone from being actively opposed by the commission to having a working relationship with them. They'd still watch him, still try to limit his impact. But they'd also give him information and space to operate, exactly what he needed to continue his long-term goals. Mina met him outside. How'd it go? Better than expected. We have a truce, for now. And how long will that last? Until I'm strong enough to not need it anymore, Izuku replied honestly. But for now, it's useful. You're terrifying. You know that? I've been told. They walked back to UA together. Izuku's mind was already moving ahead, planning next steps. Building alliances, identifying targets for reform. The war wasn't over, but he'd won an important battle. The next phase could begin. 3 months passed in relative peace. Izuku continued his studies at UA while taking on increasingly high-profile hero cases. His reputation grew. The media called him the Flame Alchemist regularly now. Public opinion was overwhelmingly positive. Behind the scenes, he built his network, recruited allies who shared his vision of reform, documented corruption, gathered evidence, prepared for the moment when he'd have enough power to actually implement changes. His relationship with Mina deepened. They were partners now in every sense, romantic, tactical, ideological. She understood him completely and still chose to stand beside him. That meant more than he could express. Mirio remained his moral compass, the one person who'd call him out when he went too far, who'd remind him of the difference between justice and vengeance. And Aizawa watched over all of it, never openly supporting Izuku's revolutionary goals, never openly opposing them either. Just there, observing, ready to intervene if necessary. But the peace couldn't last. The crisis came from an unexpected direction. The Hero Public Safety Commission itself, Izuku had been monitoring their communications, a skill learned in Amestris that translated well to this world's technology. He'd found evidence of corruption before. Kickbacks, favoritism, minor scandals. What he discovered now was worse. The commission had been running black operations, using heroes for illegal activities, assassinating problematic villains instead of capturing them, covering up hero failures that might damage public confidence, and at the center of it all, Lady Nagant, a hero who'd been the Commission's secret weapon for years, a sniper with perfect accuracy who'd killed dozens of people on Commission orders. She'd finally snapped, refused to continue, been imprisoned for turning on her handlers. But the program hadn't stopped. They'd just recruited new assassins, more heroes willing to cross lines for the greater good. Izuku recognized the pattern immediately. It was Amestris all over again. The military using soldiers for dirty work while maintaining a clean public image. The rot at the system's core. This couldn't stand. He called a meeting with his inner circle. Mina, Mirio, Aizawa, and surprisingly, Todoroki. The Icefire user had been growing closer to Izuku over the months, seeing him as someone who actually challenged the corrupt hero system that had enabled his father's abuse. "I need your help with something," Izuku told them. "Something big, something that might burn bridges we can't rebuild." "What did you find?" Aizawa asked. Izuku laid out the evidence, the black operations, the assassinations, Lady Negant's story, and the heroes who'd replaced her. Everything. The room was silent when he finished. That's conspiracy to commit murder," Mirio said quietly. "Multiple counts, using government authority for illegal killings. If this is true, it's true. I've verified it through multiple sources, cross-referenced records. The evidence is solid. Then we need to expose it," Todoroki said immediately. "Bring it to the authorities, let the justice system handle it." "The commission is the authorities," Izuku pointed out. "Who do we report them to? Themselves? And even if we go to outside law enforcement, how many officials are compromised? How deep does the corruption go?" "So what are you suggesting?" Aizawa asked, though his tone said he already knew. "I'm suggesting we force their hand, release the evidence publicly, let the media and public opinion tear them apart, create a crisis so severe that the government has no choice but to completely restructure the commission." "That's revolution," Mina said. "You're talking about deliberately collapsing a major government institution." "Yes," Izuku agreed. "That's exactly what I'm talking about." "It'll cause chaos," Mirio warned. "Public confidence in heroes will plummet. Villains will see it as an opportunity. People could die in the confusion. People are dying now. People the Commission has killed directly or allowed to die through their corruption. The only question is whether those deaths continue quietly or if we force change through upheaval." Todoroki spoke up. "My father will be implicated in this. He's worked with the Commission on questionable operations. If you release everything, it'll destroy him." "I know," Izuku said. "Is that a problem?" Todoroki was quiet for a long moment. Then, "No, he deserves whatever he gets. I just wanted to acknowledge it." Aizawa sighed heavily. "You're really going to do this? Burn down the Hero Commission and force a complete restructuring?" "Yes." "When?" 2 weeks. That gives us time to prepare, to protect people who might be caught in the fallout, to position ourselves strategically." "And after?" Mina asked. "After you've burned it all down and the chaos settles? What then?" "Then we rebuild." Izuku said simply. Create something better, a hero system that actually prioritizes protection over profit, that holds heroes accountable, that treats all citizens, quirked or quirkless, as equals. Everything this system should have been from the start. You're assuming they'll let you rebuild? Aizawa pointed out. The government, other heroes, people with power and influence, they won't just hand you control because you exposed corruption. I'm not asking for control. I'm creating conditions where reform is inevitable, where the old system can't continue and something new has to take its place. Izuku looked at each of them. I need to know if you're with me. This isn't a small action. This is going to change everything, and I can't do it alone. Mina spoke first. I'm in, obviously. We've come this far together. Mirio nodded slowly. I'm in, but only if we do this carefully. Minimize casualties, protect innocent people. Agreed, Izuku said. Todoroki spoke next. I'm in, if only to see my father finally face consequences for his actions. Everyone looked at Aizawa. The tired hero studied Izuku for a long moment. You remind me of myself when I was younger, before I learned that sometimes fighting the system just makes you part of the problem. I'm not asking for your approval, Izuku said. Just your help, or at least your silence. You're going to do it regardless of what I say, aren't you? Yes, Aizawa sighed. Then I'm in. But only because if I'm not here to stop you when you go too far, no one will be. Fair enough, Izuku agreed. They spent the next 2 weeks preparing. Izuku compiled all evidence into an unbreakable format. Multiple redundancies, distributed across secure servers. Even if the commission tried to suppress it, the information would get out. Mina worked on media strategy, identifying journalists who could be trusted, planning the rollout to maximize impact. Mirio coordinated with other heroes who'd expressed concerns about the commission, building a coalition of support. Todoroki approached his mother, secured her testimony about Endeavor's abuse and his cooperation with commission, black operations, and Aizawa prepared for the fallout, the chaos, the violence that would inevitably follow such a massive revelation. The day arrived. Izuku released everything at noon on a Tuesday. Every news outlet simultaneously received the complete evidence package. Social media exploded. The story was everywhere within minutes. The Hero Commission scrambled, denied everything initially. Then, as more evidence surfaced, tried to paint it as isolated incidents. But the damage was done. Public outrage was immediate and overwhelming. Protests erupted in every major city, people demanding the commission's dissolution, calling for accountability, questioning every hero who'd worked with them. The government had no choice but to act. Emergency sessions were called, investigations launched, arrests made. Within 48 hours, the entire Hero Commission board had resigned. Criminal charges were filed. The organization that had controlled Hero Society for decades was effectively dead. But Izuku knew this was just the beginning. The real challenge was what came next. The chaos lasted 3 weeks. Without the Commission's coordination, hero operations became decentralized. Some agencies stepped up, others collapsed. Villains tested the new disorder, launching attacks to see how far they could push. Izuku worked tirelessly, coordinating hero responses, filling the power vacuum with competent leadership, demonstrating that the system could function, better even, without corrupt oversight. His reputation as a strategic genius spread. Heroes twice his age deferred to his tactical decisions. Agencies sought his advice. The media portrayed him as the hero society needed in this crisis. He was 26 in his previous life when he'd made colonel, 32 when he'd made brigadier general, 45 when he'd reached his nation's highest military authority. In this life, he achieved similar influence at 16. The Temporary Hero Coordination Committee, formed to replace the commission while permanent structures were established, asked him to join as an advisor. The youngest person ever given such authority, Izuku accepted. This was what he'd been working toward, positioned to actually implement reforms. The first meeting was contentious. Traditional heroes resented a student being given authority. Politicians worried about his influence. Bureaucrats tried to maintain the status quo. Izuku shut them all down with cold efficiency. Gentlemen, ladies, he said calmly, let me make something very clear. The old system is dead. You can either accept that and work with me to build something better, or you can cling to the past and become irrelevant. Those are your options. You can't just dictate policy. one politician protested. "I'm not dictating, I'm stating facts. Public opinion has turned against the old ways. The Commission's corruption has been exposed. Continuing with their methods will result in complete loss of public trust, so we change, fundamentally, or we lose the public entirely." "And you think you know better?" An older hero challenged. "You're 16 years old." "I'm 63, Izuku corrected. "Give or take, depending on how you count reincarnation. I've toppled governments, reformed institutions, built new systems from ashes. This isn't my first revolution, just my first in this world." The room was silent. "Now," Izuku continued, "here's what we're going to do. First, complete transparency in hero rankings. No more popularity contests. Rankings based on measurable effectiveness, lives saved, villains captured, response times. Second, accountability systems. Heroes who abuse power face real consequences. No more protecting the powerful at civilians' expense. Third, equal treatment for all citizens. Quirk discrimination, including against the quirkless, becomes a prosecutable offense." That's a complete restructuring," someone whispered. "Yes, that's the point. Half measures got us the commission. We're not repeating that mistake." The debate continued for hours, but eventually, exhaustedly, the committee agreed. Izuku's reforms would be implemented. Hero Society would be rebuilt from the ground up, with him as chief architect, but victory came with costs. The League of Villains saw the chaos as opportunity. Shigaraki launched multiple simultaneous attacks across Japan, testing the new hero structure, probing for weaknesses, and he found one. Mina was on patrol when the League struck. A coordinated assault that cut her off from backup. Trapped her with multiple villains, Shigaraki's message was clear. The Flame Alchemist took down our leader Overhaul. Now we take down what matters to him. Izuku received the news while in a strategy meeting. His blood ran cold. "Where?" he asked, his voice deadly calm. "Downtown shopping district. She's cut off, multiple League members. We're mobilizing a response team, but..." "Tell them to stand by," Izuku interrupted. He was already moving, already pulling on his gloves. "I'm handling this personally." "Midoriya, wait. You can't just..." He didn't listen, didn't wait for authorization, didn't coordinate with other heroes. He just moved, faster than he'd ever moved before. The shopping district was a war zone when he arrived. Buildings damaged, civilians evacuated. And in the center, Mina fought desperately against 6 League members. She was holding her own, barely. Her acid melted through attacks. Her agility kept her ahead of their strikes. But she was tiring, running out of options. One villain, Toga Himiko, had a knife at Mina's throat. One wrong move, Hero Boy, and your girlfriend's Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap! The explosion hit Toga before she finished the sentence. The knife fell. Mina stumbled free. "Stay down," Izuku told her. His voice was cold, empty, the voice of the Flame Alchemist who'd burned Ishval to ash. Then he turned to the League members. "You made a mistake," he said quietly, targeting her, thinking it would give you leverage. "All you've done is remove the last thing keeping me restrained." Shigaraki laughed. "Big words. Let's see if you can back them up." The League attacked as one. 6 villains with combat quirks against 1 student. It wasn't even close. Izuku fought like a demon. Like everything he'd held back during training and missions. Like the soldier he'd been before this world tried to civilize him. Snap, 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 snap. 6 explosions in 3 seconds. Not warning shots, not restraint, full lethal force. The first villain, Toga, screamed as flames engulfed her. She collapsed, unconscious, and burned. The second, twice, tried to create clones. Izuku burned them as fast as they appeared, then burned the original. Down, the third, Compress, attempted to capture Izuku in a marble. The explosion hit him mid-compression. His quirk failed. He fell. The fourth, Spinner, charged with a blade. Izuku didn't even look at him, just snapped. The blade melted. Spinner collapsed from the heat. The fifth, Dabi, was a fire user. Thought that would give him an advantage. He was wrong. Izuku's flames were hotter, more controlled, more destructive. Dabi went down screaming about the irony. That left Shigaraki. The League's leader stared at his defeated team in disbelief. Impossible. You're just a student. Just one person. I'm the Flame Alchemist, Izuku corrected. He began walking forward. I'm a soldier who's fought wars you can't imagine. I'm someone who's killed more people than you've ever met, and you just threatened the only person in this world who makes me feel human. He raised both hands. Any last words? Shigaraki's face twisted with rage. His quirk, decay activated fully. Everything he touched began to disintegrate. Buildings crumbled, streets dissolved. He charged at Izuku, hands outstretched, ready to turn him to dust. Izuku snapped both hands simultaneously. The explosion was apocalyptic, bigger than anything he'd used before. The fire pillar that had destroyed 3 Nomu looked like a candle compared to this. This was every ounce of power he had, every bit of alchemical knowledge, every lesson learned from 2 lifetimes of combat. This was the Flame Alchemist at full power, unrestricted, unleashed, unstoppable. The explosion expanded in a perfect sphere. Everything within a 100-meter radius was instantly incinerated. Buildings vaporized. Streets melted to glass. The very air ignited. Shigaraki's decay met Izuku's flames. Destruction versus destruction. Entropy versus energy. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Shigaraki's quirk dissolving matter as fast as Izuku's flames created it. Then Izuku pushed harder, snapped again, and again, and again. Snap, 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 snap. 10 more explosions feeding into the first. A chain reaction of alchemical fire that overwhelmed even decay's power to destroy. Shigaraki screamed. His body began to burn. The regeneration quirk he'd acquired couldn't keep up. The flames were too hot, too pervasive, too absolute. "This is for threatening her," Izuku said coldly. "This is for every civilian you've killed, every hero you've murdered, every life you've destroyed. This is justice." One final snap, snap. The explosion ended. The flames died. Silence descended on the shopping district. Where Shigaraki had stood, there was nothing. Not a body, not even ash. Just a crater of molten glass and superheated air. Complete disintegration. The leader of the League of Villains, erased from existence. Izuku stood at the crater's edge, breathing heavily. His gloves were smoking. His arms trembled. He'd pushed past all reasonable limits. Used power that should have killed him. But Mina was safe. That was all that mattered. Behind him, Mina struggled to her feet, stared at the crater, at the unconscious villains, at Izuku standing amid destruction that looked like a natural disaster. "Midoriya," she whispered. "What did you do?" "What was necessary," he replied, turned to face her. His expression softened. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, but you just killed him. Killed Shigaraki, completely destroyed him." "Yes. The Commission, the government, they're going to come after you for this. Unauthorized lethal force, destruction of property. They'll let them come," Izuku said. He walked over to her, checked her for injuries with gentle hands. "I'm done playing by their rules, done pretending I'm just a student, done holding back because society says heroes shouldn't kill." "So what now?" "Now," Izuku looked at the destroyed shopping district, at the proof of what he could do when truly unleashed. "Now I stop apologizing for being effective. Stop limiting myself because it makes people uncomfortable. The old system is dead. The new one hasn't formed yet. This is the moment where everything changes." "You're going to take control," Mina realized. "Not just advise, not just influence. Actually take control of Hero Society. Someone has to. Might as well be me." "That's terrifying." "I know." Izuku met her eyes. "Are you still with me, even knowing what I'm capable of, what I'm willing to do?" Mina studied him, saw the soldier who just committed murder without remorse, the revolutionary who'd collapsed an entire government institution, the monster wearing a hero's costume. Then she saw past all that to the person underneath, the one who'd killed to protect her, who'd crossed every line to keep her safe, who loved her in his damaged, complicated way. "Yeah," she said finally. "I'm still with you, you absolute psychopath." Izuku smiled, genuine and warm. "Thank you." "But Midoriya? Next time you're planning to vaporize a major villain and destroy several city blocks, maybe give a girl some warning?" "I'll try." "You'll try." "Not I will, just I'll try." "It's the best I can promise." Mina laughed despite everything. "God, we're both insane, aren't we?" "Probably." They stood there amid the destruction, holding each other as emergency services began arriving. Heroes stared at the crater. Media cameras caught everything. The world watched the Flame Alchemist's full power on display, and in government offices across Japan, people in power realized they had a problem. Izuku Midoriya had just proven he was beyond anyone's ability to control, beyond anyone's power to stop. The question was no longer whether he'd reform Hero Society, it was whether anyone could survive the reformation he had planned. The aftermath was chaos squared. Shigaraki's death left the League of Villains decapitated. Most members were captured. The few who escaped went underground, leaderless and scattered. But the bigger story was Izuku, the student who'd killed a major villain with overwhelming force, who'd destroyed a city block to do it, who'd crossed every line hero society had established. The public response was split. Half saw him as a hero who'd finally done what needed doing, who'd eliminated a threat no one else could stop, who'd proven that sometimes harsh measures were necessary. The other half saw him as dangerous, uncontrolled, a potential villain himself, someone with too much power and too little restraint. Politicians scrambled. The Temporary Hero Coordination Committee held emergency meetings. Traditional heroes demanded he be arrested. Younger heroes defended his actions. And Izuku sat in the middle of it all, perfectly calm, waiting. The summons came 1 week later. Official government inquiry. He was to appear before a special tribunal to answer for his actions. Izuku went, bringing the same support group as always. Mina, Mirio, Aizawa, and now Todoroki. Plus one addition, All Might, who'd finally decided which side he was on. The tribunal was held in a secure government building. 5 judges, a mix of politicians and retired heroes. Hundreds of observers. Full media coverage. This wasn't a trial, it was political theater. A chance for the establishment to reassert control. Izuku understood the game perfectly. Izuku Midoriya, the head judge, began. You stand accused of unauthorized use of lethal force, destruction of property, and operating outside official hero protocols. How do you plead? Guilty, Izuku replied calmly, to all charges. I did exactly what you described. The courtroom exploded with shocked murmuring. His support group looked panicked. They'd expected him to fight the charges, not admit to them. You admit your guilt? The judge seemed thrown off script. Yes, I used lethal force without authorization. I destroyed property. I operated outside protocols, Izuku stood. And I'd do it all again. Because the alternative was letting Shigaraki continue killing innocent people, letting the League operate unchecked, letting the old system's failures persist. That's not your decision to make, one judge protested. Then whose decision is it? Izuku challenged. The commission's? They're gone. The government's? You couldn't stop the League in 3 years of trying. Other heroes? They were overwhelmed and outmatched. He looked at each judge. I was there. I had the power. I made the choice. Who else was going to? The law. The law said heroes shouldn't kill. The law also says heroes should protect civilians. When those two principles conflict, I chose protection. If that makes me a criminal, fine. Add it to my list of crimes. I've committed worse. What are you talking about? Another judge demanded. Izuku smiled coldly. Did you think Shigaraki was the first person I've killed? The first problem I've solved through lethal force? I'm a soldier from my previous life. I've killed hundreds, maybe thousands. I don't even remember the count anymore. He pulled out documents, placed them on the table. This is a complete confession. Every illegal act I've committed since enrolling at UA surveillance without authorization. Vigilante operations, interrogating suspects using methods that would get actual heroes arrested. And yes, execution of one Katsuki Bakugo, who I killed for murdering 2 children. The courtroom went dead silent. What? The head judge whispered. Bakugo. Exploded a child during the training camp incident. Vaporized another during the Shi-Hasaikai raid. The commission swept both incidents under the rug. I didn't. I took him to a cemetery and burned him alive, with help from Mirio Tagada, who assisted in the capture. Mirio stood. I confirm. I helped capture Bakugo, watched Midoriya execute him, made no attempt to stop it. I'm as guilty as he is. This is insane, one judge shouted. You're confessing to murder. Multiple murders. I'm confessing to executing people who deserved execution, Izuku corrected, and I'm giving you a choice. Arrest me for it. Put me on trial. Expose every detail of what I've done and why. Let the public decide whether my actions were justified. He leaned forward. Or accept that the old rules don't work anymore, that hero society needs someone willing to do what's necessary instead of what's comfortable. That maybe, just maybe, I'm exactly the kind of hero this broken system needs. You're not a hero, the head judge said. You're a monster. Maybe, Izuku agreed, but I'm a monster who protects people, who stops threats others can't or won't face, who's willing to dirty his hands so others don't have to. His expression hardened. And I'm the monster you're stuck with, because if you arrest me, I release everything I have on government corruption. Every politician taking bribes, every official covering up hero failures, every systemic abuse I've documented over the past year. You're blackmailing us, another judge realized. I'm negotiating, Izuku corrected, offering you a partnership instead of opposition. I want the same thing you claim to want, a functional hero society that actually protects people. The only difference is I'm willing to do what it takes to achieve it. The tribunal deliberated for hours, sent Izuku and his group out of the room while they argued. Mina grabbed his arm immediately. What the hell was that? You just confessed to murder, to multiple murders, including Bakugo. I know. Why? We could have fought this, could have claimed self-defense or necessity, or they needed to understand I'm not someone they can control through threats or legal pressure, Izuku explained. That I've already crossed every line they think keeps heroes in check, that the only way forward is accepting me as I am and working together. Or they arrest you and throw away the key, Mirio pointed out. They won't. Because I meant what I said. I released the evidence and this government doesn't survive. They need me more than I need them. You're playing a dangerous game, Aizawa said. I've been playing this game for 2 lifetimes. I know exactly what I'm doing. They waited. 3 hours of tense silence. Then the tribunal called them back. Izuku Midoriya, the head judge, said, "We've reached a decision. Regarding the charges against you, we find them technically valid but justified under extreme circumstances. You'll face no prosecution for your actions during the League engagement." Izuku nodded. Expected that. However, the judge continued, regarding your confession to Katsuki Bakugo's murder, that's different. That was premeditated, not combat, not defense, murder. Yes, Izuku agreed. We should arrest you for it. By every legal standard, you should face trial. But you won't, Izuku said confidently. No, we won't. The judge looked physically ill saying it, because the truth is, you're right about everything. The system is broken. The commission was corrupt. Hero society needs fundamental reform, and somehow you've positioned yourself as the only person capable of implementing that reform. He stood, looking old and tired. We're making you an official government advisor on hero affairs, authority to implement reforms, oversight of hero operations, effective immediately. You'll have the power to rebuild hero society from the ground up. And Bakugo? Izuku asked. Officially, he's still missing. The investigation will remain open but inactive. No one will look too hard. Because we need you focused on fixing the system, not defending yourself in court. Thank you, Izuku said simply. Don't thank us. We're not doing this because we approve. We're doing it because we have no other option. You've backed us into a corner and forced our hand. That was the plan. The judge's expression was bitter. I hope you know what you're doing, Midoriya, because you're changing everything. And if you fail, if your reforms make things worse instead of better, history won't be kind. I know, Izuku replied, but I'd rather try and fail than watch this corrupt system continue failing everyone. The tribunal ended. Izuku walked out with official authority to reshape hero society. Victory. Complete and total. But as they left the building, All Might pulled him aside. Young Midoriya, I need to know, everything you just said in there, was it real? Did you really kill Bakugo? Really cross all those lines? Izuku met his eyes steadily. Yes, every word was true. Then I failed you, All Might said quietly. Failed to teach you that heroes don't kill, that there are some lines we never cross. You didn't fail me, you taught me the ideals. I just learned that sometimes ideals aren't enough. Sometimes you need someone willing to do the terrible things that make those ideals possible. That's not heroism, that's what the world needs, Izuku interrupted. Not perfect heroes, just effective ones. People who protect others instead of protecting their own moral purity. All Might looked at him with profound sadness. I don't know if I can support this. Support you becoming a monster, Izuku finished. I know, and I'm not asking for your support, just your understanding. I'm doing this because someone has to, because this system won't reform itself. Because people are dying while everyone debates the proper way to stop it. And when you're done reforming things, when you've built this new system, what then? Do you think you can go back to being normal? I've never been normal, Izuku replied. Not in this life or the last, but maybe when this is done, I can be at peace with Mina, with the people I care about. Maybe I can finally stop fighting. I hope so, All Might said. For your sake, because right now, you look like someone who's forgotten how to be anything except a weapon. He walked away, leaving Izuku alone with those words. Later, in his room at UA, Mina found him staring out the window. You okay? She asked. All Might thinks I've lost my humanity. Have you? Izuku considered. Thought about everything he'd done. Bakugo, Shigaraki, the countless lines crossed, the lives taken, the compromises made. Maybe, he admitted. I'm not sure where the soldier ends and the person begins anymore. Mina came up behind him, put her arms around his waist, rested her head against his back. Then I'll remind you, she said simply. Every day, until you remember that you're more than just a weapon, more than just the Flame Alchemist. You're Izuku Midoriya, the person I love, the one who's trying to make the world better, even if his methods are terrifying. You shouldn't have to do that, but I will, because that's what partners do. They keep each other human. She squeezed him tighter. So let me be your humanity. Let me be the thing you fight for instead of just fighting. Izuku turned, pulled her close, buried his face in her pink hair. I don't deserve you. Probably not, but you're stuck with me anyway. They stood there for a while, just holding each other, finding peace in the middle of the storm. Tomorrow, Izuku would start implementing his reforms, would rebuild Hero Society from the ground up, would fight every battle necessary to create something better. But tonight, he was just Izuku, with Mina, being human for a little while longer. It was enough. The reforms began immediately. Izuku had authority, had resources, had public support, and he used all three ruthlessly. First, the hero ranking system, completely overhauled. No more popularity contests. Rankings now based on measurable effectiveness, lives saved per mission, response time, successful captures, civilian safety records. Heroes who'd coasted on charisma found themselves dropping in rankings. Heroes who'd been doing actual work rose. The shift was immediate and dramatic. Second, accountability. Real consequences for hero misconduct. A civilian injured through hero negligence, investigation and potential license suspension. Hero caught taking bribes, permanent delicensing, and criminal charges. Abuse of power, immediate removal from service. The old guard protested, claimed the standards were too harsh. Izuku didn't care, this was the point. Make hero work actual work instead of celebrity posing. Third, equal rights legislation. Quirk discrimination, including against the quirkless, became a felony with serious prison time. Employment, education, housing, all protected under new laws. For the first time in generations, being quirkless didn't automatically mean second-class citizenship. Fourth, restructured training. UA and other hero schools had to prove their programs actually prepared students for professional work. No more graduating incompetent heroes just because they had powerful quirks. Tactical training, ethics courses, practical experience under supervision, and finally, transparency. Hero agencies had to open their books, show how they spent funding, prove they were actually providing services instead of just collecting government money. It was brutal, comprehensive, and it worked. Within 6 months, Hero Society was unrecognizable. Corrupt agencies had been shut down. Bad heroes had been delicensed. The public's trust in heroes, shattered by the commission scandal, was slowly rebuilding. And Izuku stood at the center of it all. The Flame Alchemist. The reformer who'd burned down the old system and built something new from ashes. But success came with new enemies. The traditional hero establishment hated him, saw him as an upstart who destroyed their comfortable world. They plotted, schemed, looked for any opening to take him down. Villain organizations tested the new system. Without the League's leadership, they'd fragmented into smaller groups. But they were adapting, finding weaknesses, exploiting the chaos of transition, and international heroes watched nervously. Japan's reforms were radical. If they succeeded, other countries might follow. That meant their own corrupt systems were at risk. Izuku faced opposition from every direction, but he'd been preparing for this his entire second life. The confrontation came from an unexpected source: Endeavor. Todoroki's father had been implicated in the commission scandal. Not heavily. He'd participated in some questionable operations, but nothing prosecutable. He'd survived the purge but lost standing, and he blamed Izuku for the fall. The challenge came publicly. Endeavor called out Izuku during a televised hero conference, claimed his reforms were destroying Hero Society, demanded a public demonstration of power to prove who was really qualified to lead. In other words, a fight. The Old Guard's champion versus the revolutionary. Izuku accepted immediately. The match was scheduled for 1 week later. Public venue, full media coverage, every major hero in attendance. This wasn't just about two people fighting. This was about validating the new system or proving it was built on unstable foundation. The night before the match, Izuku trained alone, pushed his limits, refined his techniques, prepared for the hardest fight of this life. Mina found him in the training room at 2 a.m., covered in sweat, still practicing. "You need rest," she said. "Fighting exhausted helps no one." "I'm fine." "You're running yourself into the ground. Again, like you always do before big missions." Izuku stopped, turned to face her. "This is important. If I lose tomorrow, you won't lose. You're the Flame Alchemist. You've beaten Nomu, killed Shigaraki, faced down the entire Hero Commission and won. Endeavor is strong, but he's not that strong. He's the number 2 hero. After All Might, he's the most powerful hero in Japan. And you're you. That counts for something." Izuku walked over to her, took her hands. "If something goes wrong tomorrow..." "Don't," Mina interrupted. "Don't give me the if I die speech. You're not dying. I won't allow it. I'm being realistic. Endeavor plays for keeps. This isn't going to be a friendly sparring match." "Then don't play friendly. Be the monster you were with Shigaraki. Be the soldier who's fought wars. Be the Flame Alchemist who burns away everything that threatens what he protects." She gripped his hands tighter. "And remember what you're fighting for. Not just the reforms, not just the new system. Fight for the future we're building together." Izuku pulled her close. "When did you get so good at inspirational speeches?" "When I started dating a revolutionary. Had to keep up." They stood there for a while. Then Mina dragged him back to his room, made him sleep, stayed with him until morning. The day of the match arrived. The venue was Tokyo's largest stadium, 50,000 spectators, hundreds more watching on screens outside, millions viewing the live broadcast. This was the event of the decade. The Old Guard's champion versus the new system's architect. Endeavor entered first. Flames already active. His expression was grim determination. He was fighting for his legacy, his position, his relevance in the new hero society. Izuku entered second, calmer, quieter. But with the presence of someone who'd already won battles, Endeavor couldn't imagine. His gloves were visible, white fabric marked with alchemical arrays. They faced each other across the arena floor. "Last chance to back down, kid," Endeavor said. "You're good for a student, but I've been doing this longer than you've been alive." "Chronologically, maybe," Izuku replied, "but I've fought in wars that make your hero career look like practice. Age doesn't equal experience, and in this case, I have both. Confident. Let's see if you can back it up." The referee, Present Mike, raised his hand. "Listeners, are you ready? This is the match everyone's been waiting for. The Flame Hero Endeavor versus UAS Flame Alchemist. Who will prove stronger?" The crowd roared. "Begin." Endeavor attacked immediately. His quirk, Hellflame, generated fire from his body, massive blasts of flame that would incinerate normal opponents. He came at Izuku with decades of experience and overwhelming power. Izuku snapped his fingers. Snap! The explosion intercepted Endeavor's flames, canceled them out, created a momentary opening. Endeavor's eyes widened. "You can counter my quirk?" "I can control combustion," Izuku explained. "Your flames are just one type. I understand fire better than you ever will." He snapped again. Snap. This explosion forced Endeavor back, not enough to injure, but enough to create distance. Izuku was controlling the fight's pace, dictating engagement range, using tactics. Endeavor growled and increased his output. His flames grew hotter, more intense. The ambient temperature in the stadium spiked. "Impressive," Izuku acknowledged, "but heat isn't enough." He began snapping in rapid succession. Snap, 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 snap. Multiple explosions at different angles, forcing Endeavor to defend from all directions simultaneously. The older hero's flames created a defensive shell, but Izuku's precision strikes were probing for weaknesses. This is what decades of combat experience looks like, Izuku thought, not raw power. Systematic dismantling of opponents' defenses through superior tactics. Endeavor realized he was being outmaneuvered. Changed tactics. Instead of large-scale attacks, he focused his flames into concentrated spears, projectiles that moved faster than Izuku could easily dodge. But Izuku didn't need to dodge. He just snapped. Each spear was intercepted mid-flight, detonated before reaching him. His defensive pattern was perfect, no wasted movement. No openings, the crowd watched in stunned silence as a 16-year-old student fought the number 2 hero to a standstill. Endeavor was sweating now. Not from heat, his quirk was fire-based, he didn't overheat, but from exertion. From the realization that this wasn't going to be the easy victory he'd expected. You're good, he admitted. Better than I thought, but you're still holding back. Show me your full power. Izuku smiled coldly. You sure you want that? I'm sure. Your funeral. Izuku stopped defending. When on the offensive, really offensive, he began a complex snapping pattern. Not individual explosions, but a sequence. Each snap feeding into the next, building power, creating a chain reaction. The temperature in the stadium jumped 10 degrees, 20, 30. Endeavor recognized what was happening and tried to counter. Launched his most powerful attack, Prominence Burn, a focused blast of maximum heat flames. Izuku met it head-on. Snap, 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 snap. 20 snaps in 5 seconds. 20 explosions combining into one massive conflagration. The fire pillar technique he'd used against the Nomu, but bigger, hotter, more controlled. The 2 flame attacks met in the center of the arena. For a moment, they were equal. Endeavor's natural flames versus Izuku's alchemical fire, both at maximum output, both refusing to yield. Then Izuku pushed harder, his flames began to overwhelm Endeavor's. The older hero's Prominence Burn was dispersed, scattered. Consumed by superior combustion, the fire pillar expanded, grew, became a tornado of flame that dwarfed everything else. Endeavor was forced back, his flames couldn't compete. He tried to disengage, to escape the area of effect, but Izuku had positioned him perfectly, herded him into a position with no easy retreat. This is the difference between us, Izuku said, his voice somehow audible over the roaring flames. You have a quirk. I have science. You learned how to use fire. I understand fire. You're powerful. I'm absolute. The fire tornado collapsed inward. All that heat, all that energy, focused on one point, on Endeavor. The explosion was visible from miles away. The shockwave shattered windows in nearby buildings. The heat melted the arena floor to glass. When it cleared, Endeavor was down. Unconscious, his costume burned, his body covered in second-degree burns. Izuku stood at the crater's edge, breathing heavily but victorious. The stadium was silent. 50,000 people unable to process what they just witnessed. Then someone started clapping. One person, then another. Then suddenly the entire crowd was on their feet, cheering, screaming his name. Flame Alchemist! Flame Alchemist! Flame Alchemist! Present Mike's voice boomed. And the winner, by knockout, Izuku Midoriya. The Flame Alchemist has defeated Endeavor. The old guard falls. The new era begins. Medical teams rushed in to treat Endeavor. He'd survive. Izuku had been careful not to cause permanent damage, but he'd be out of commission for weeks. The match was over. The statement made. Izuku Midoriya had proven he was stronger than the old system's champions. Later in the medical wing, All Might found him. That was quite a display, young Midoriya. It was necessary. The old guard needed to see they couldn't challenge the new system through force. That their era is over. You humiliated him. Endeavor's reputation might never recover. Good, he enabled the Commission's corruption, abused his family, used his power to maintain an unjust system. He deserves humiliation and worse. All Might sighed. You're not wrong, but I worry about what this victory means for you. You've proven yourself the strongest, the most capable. People will follow you now without question. That's the point. Yes, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, Izuku finished. I know the saying, studied it extensively in my previous life, watched it happen to others, but I also learned something important. Sometimes you need absolute power to implement absolute change. The trick is giving up that power once the change is complete. And will you? Give it up? Izuku was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Ask me again when the reforms are finished. When Hero Society is stable, when the corruption is gone, maybe then I'll be able to let go. And if you can't, then you have my permission to stop me, however necessary. All Might looked at him with profound sadness. I hope it doesn't come to that. So do I. They parted. Izuku returned to his room to find Mina waiting. She didn't say anything, just pulled him into a hug. You okay? She asked eventually. I beat Endeavor, proved the new system is superior. Everything went according to plan. That's not what I asked. Izuku was silent. then I don't know. I should feel satisfied, victorious, but I just feel empty. Like even winning doesn't mean anything anymore. Because you're not fighting for victory, Mina said quietly. You're fighting because it's all you know how to do. The mission, the reforms, the constant battles. You don't know how to stop. Maybe I don't get to stop. Maybe this is just who I am now. Or maybe, Mina said, pulling back to look at him, you need to remember why you started this, what you're actually fighting for. A better hero society. No, not the abstract goal, the real reason, the personal one. Izuku thought about it. Remembered Koda's death, Eri's death, all the innocent people ground up by a corrupt system, all the failures he'd witnessed. I'm fighting so no more children die because heroes are too incompetent or corrupt to save them, he said finally. So the Quirkless aren't treated as less than human. So people who actually do the job get rewarded instead of punished. I'm fighting for a world where heroes are actually heroes instead of celebrities. There it is, Mina said. Remember that. When you're making hard decisions, when you're crossing lines, when you're becoming the monster you swore to stop. Remember that underneath all the tactics and power plays, you're just trying to save people. You're good at this, Izuku said, the whole keeping me human thing. I've had practice. They spent the night together, just being together. No plans, no strategies, no missions. Just two people who loved each other finding peace in a chaotic world. It was nice. Izuku let himself enjoy it while he could, because tomorrow the reforms would continue, the battles would resume. The war to rebuild Hero Society would go on, but tonight he could just be Izuku with Mina, being human for a little while longer. The final year at UA passed in a blur of continued reforms and consolidation of power. Izuku graduated at the top of his class, surprising no one. The graduation ceremony was a massive event. Media coverage. Government officials in attendance. The first class to graduate under the new hero system. His speech was simple. We enter a hero society that's been rebuilt from the ground up. One that values effectiveness over popularity, accountability over image, protection over profit. The old heroes failed us. We won't fail the people we're sworn to protect. The crowd erupted in applause. The old guard looked uncomfortable. The new generation of heroes cheered. Things were changing. Finally, Izuku established his own hero agency immediately after graduation. Small team, carefully selected members. People who shared his vision and methods. Mina joined as his partner, both professionally and personally. Mirio came aboard as tactical support. Todoroki signed on, wanting to work with someone who actually gave a damn about doing things right. They called themselves the Alchemist Agency. Their reputation was immediate and terrifying. High success rate, low collateral damage, zero tolerance for corruption or incompetence. Within a year, they were the highest ranked agency in Japan, not through publicity stunts or media manipulation, just through actually doing the job better than anyone else. Izuku's personal ranking climbed. Number 10, number 5, number 3. Then, 2 years after graduation, the previous number 1 retired. The position was open. Everyone knew who would take it. The announcement came on a Tuesday. Izuku Midoriya, the Flame Alchemist, was officially Japan's number 1 hero, the youngest person to ever hold the title, the first quirkless person to reach the top. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. The boy who'd been told he could never be a hero had become the greatest hero in the nation. The speech he gave after the announcement was memorable. I didn't become number 1 because I'm the strongest or the most popular. I became number 1 because I'm the most effective, because I actually do what heroes are supposed to do, protect people. And I'm going to use this position to finish what I started. Complete reform of hero society. No more corruption, no more incompetence, no more systems that value image over results. This is the new era. Adapt or become irrelevant. It wasn't a triumph speech, it was a declaration of war. The old guard understood. This was the moment they'd lost completely. Izuku Midoriya, the revolutionary who'd toppled the Hero Commission, was now the face of Hero Society itself. They couldn't fight him, couldn't stop him, could only watch as he reshaped everything in his image. But Izuku's victory was complicated by personal cost. All Might died 3 months after Izuku became number 1. Not in battle, just age and accumulated injuries finally catching up. He passed peacefully, surrounded by friends. Izuku attended the funeral with complex emotions. All Might had never fully approved of his methods, had worried he'd gone too far, but he'd also been the first person in this life to believe in him, to see potential instead of limitations. He was proud of you, Aizawa said at the wake. Even when he disagreed with your choices, he saw what you accomplished and was proud. I wish I'd known that while he was alive, Izuku replied. He did tell you, just not in words. Izuku thought about that, about all the times All Might had stood beside him despite his concerns, had supported his reforms even while questioning his methods, had chosen Izuku's effectiveness over his own ideals. Maybe that was pride, the complicated kind. The kind that said, don't like how you're doing this, but I can't deny you're succeeding. It would have to be enough. The years continued. Izuku's reforms became the new normal. The corrupt heroes of the old era either adapted or retired. The new generation trained under his system became the standard. Villain activity decreased dramatically. Not because villains disappeared, they just couldn't operate effectively anymore. The new hero system was too competent, too coordinated, too unforgiving of failure. Japan became safer, measurably so. Crime rates dropped, civilian casualties decreased. The public's trust in heroes recovered and exceeded previous levels. Izuku Midoriya had succeeded. Against all odds, despite all opposition, he'd actually done it. He'd reformed hero society. But the victory felt hollow. He was 34 years old chronologically if you combine both lifetimes, 21 in this body. And he felt ancient, exhausted, used up. The constant fighting, the endless battles. The weight of responsibility for an entire nation's hero system, it was crushing him. Mina noticed, of course. She always noticed. They were in their apartment, no longer the dorms they'd moved in together years ago, when she finally confronted him about it. You need to stop. Stop what? Fighting. Working yourself to death. Treating every day like a battle. You've won, Izuku. The war is over. The reforms are complete. You can rest now. There's always more to do. There's always more to do, Mina interrupted. But you're not responsible for doing all of it personally. You've built a system that works without you micromanaging everything. Other heroes are capable. The new commission, the one you helped build, functions properly. You don't have to carry this alone anymore. I don't know how to stop, Izuku admitted. This has been my purpose for so long. Both lives, always fighting, always reforming, always pushing for something better. If I stop, what am I? You're Izuku Midoriya, Mina said simply. The person I love, the man who saved me more times than I can count, the hero who actually did change the world. You're allowed to be satisfied with that. You're allowed to just live. What would that even look like? Mina smiled. I don't know. Normal things? Dates that don't end in villain attacks? Vacations where we actually relax? Maybe thinking about a future that's more than just the next reform or mission. A future, Izuku repeated. The concept felt foreign. He'd been so focused on fixing the present that he'd never really considered what came after. Yeah, a future. With me, maybe. She trailed off, looking suddenly nervous. Maybe a family someday, if you wanted? Izuku stared at her. A family. Children. The normal life he'd never thought he'd get in either lifetime. I don't know if I'd be a good father, he said quietly. I've killed people, done terrible things. I'm not exactly role model material. And you're also the person who spent years fighting to make the world safer for children, who executed a bully because he killed kids, who's done everything possible to create a society where people are actually protected. Mina took his hands. You'd be a great father. Terrifying and overprotective and probably too tactical about parenting strategies, but great. Despite himself, Izuku laughed. The image of himself trying to apply military strategy to raising children was absurd and appealing and terrifying. Can I think about it? He asked. Of course, I'm not proposing we do it tomorrow, just putting it out there as a possibility, a future worth fighting for instead of just fighting. A future worth fighting for, Izuku repeated. He pulled her close. I like that. Yeah, let's think about that. They stood there holding each other, imagining possibilities. Maybe, Izuku thought, maybe I actually can stop fighting eventually. Maybe the war really is over. Maybe I get to have the peace I never found in a mistress. Maybe. The final chapter came unexpectedly. 5 years after becoming number one, Izuku received a message from the government, a meeting request. Urgent, official. He went, bringing Mina as always. The Prime Minister greeted them personally. Midoriya, Thank you for coming. We have a proposition. What kind of proposition? The kind that recognizes everything you've accomplished, everything you've sacrificed, everything you've built. The Prime Minister gestured to a document. We're offering you a new position, Director of Hero Affairs, full authority over Japan's entire hero system, essentially making official what you've been doing unofficially for years. And in exchange, nothing. This is purely recognition of your contributions. You've reformed hero society, made it better, safer, more effective. We want to formalize that success. Izuku read the document carefully. It was everything he'd worked toward. Complete authority, ability to implement any reform he deemed necessary, resources to continue improving the system. It was perfect, which meant there had to be a catch. What's the term limit? He asked. No term limit. It's a permanent appointment unless you choose to resign or we remove you for cause, which, given your record, is essentially never going to happen. So you're offering me permanent power over Hero Society? Yes. Izuku set down the document, looked at Mina, saw her expression, concerned, knowing, supportive. She'd stand by whatever he decided. But he could see the hope in her eyes. Hope that maybe, finally, he'd choose something other than endless work. He looked back at the Prime Minister. I decline. The room went silent. You decline? The Prime Minister looked stunned. But this is everything you've been working toward, everything you wanted. 5 years ago, yes. Now, Izuku smiled slightly. Now, I realize that permanent power is exactly what I've been fighting against. The Commission had it. Look what they became. If I take this position, I'm just creating another version of the same problem. But you're different. Everyone says that. Everyone thinks they're the exception, that they'll use power wisely where others failed. Izuku stood. I'm not that arrogant. I know what I am, a soldier who became a revolutionary, who became a hero. I'm good at tearing down corrupt systems, good at building new ones, not good at maintaining them long-term without becoming the thing I fought against. Then who? The Prime Minister asked, who do we give this authority to? No one. Distribute it, create checks and balances, make the new commission actually accountable, build systems that work without requiring one exceptional person to run them. Izuku headed for the door. I'll stay on as #1 hero for 2 more years, help transition to the new permanent structure. Then I'm retiring. Retiring? You're 21 years old. And I've been fighting for 63. I'm done. Time to let the next generation handle it. He left before they could argue further. Outside, Mina grabbed him, spun him around, kissed him deeply. You turned it down, she said, grinning. You actually turned down ultimate power. Of course I did. We have a future to fight for, remember? Can't do that if I'm spending every day managing hero society. So what now? Now. Izuku smiled, genuine and warm. Now we live. Do those normal things you mentioned. Dates, vacations. Maybe start thinking seriously about that family. You mean it? I mean it. I spent one lifetime fighting wars and forgot to live, not making that mistake twice. Mina pulled him into another kiss, deeper this time, full of promise and hope and futures they'd only imagined. When they broke apart, she was smiling through tears. I love you, you know that? I know. I love you too, even if it took me too long to figure out what that meant. They walked home together, hand in hand. 2 people who'd survived wars and revolutions and impossible odds, who'd found each other in the chaos, who'd chosen to be human together instead of weapons alone. Behind them, hero society continued functioning. The reforms Izuku had implemented were working. The next generation was rising. The system was healing. His war was over. Finally, completely. Izuku Midoriya, Roy Mustang reincarnated, the Flame Alchemist, the revolutionary who'd changed the world, was done fighting. Time to live. Time to be happy. Time to finally have the peace he'd earned through 2 lifetimes of sacrifice. The ending he'd always deserved, but never thought he'd get. Epilogue, 5 years later. Izuku stood in the backyard of their house, a small place outside the city, far from the chaos of hero work, watching his daughter play. Hikari was 3 years old. Pink hair like her mother, green eyes like her father. No quirk yet, but they didn't care. She was perfect regardless. Daddy, look! She held up a flower she'd picked. Pretty. Very pretty, Izuku agreed, kneeling down to examine it properly. That's a chrysanthemum. They represent happiness in Japanese culture. Happy flower. Yes, happy flower. Mina came out with lemonade. You're teaching her botany at 3? She asked what kind of flower it was, I answered. Izuku took the lemonade. Besides, never too early to start education. You're going to be that dad, aren't you? The one who turns everything into a lesson? Probably. Mina laughed. Sat beside him. No regrets? About what? Giving up being number one, retiring from active hero work, choosing this instead of continuing to rule hero society. Izuku thought about it. About the years he'd spent fighting, the battles won, the reforms implemented, the world changed. Then he looked at Hikari, who'd moved on to examining a beetle with intense fascination. No regrets, he said honestly. This is better. This is what I should have been fighting for all along. Not systems or reforms or perfect hero society, just the chance to have a normal life, to be happy, to build something that isn't about combat or conflict. Look at you, Mina teased. Getting all philosophical in your old age. I'm 26, that's not old. You're 80 in your head, that's ancient. Fair point. They sat in comfortable silence, watching their daughter play, enjoying the warm afternoon. Hero society was thriving. Izuku checked the reports occasionally. Old habits died hard, but mostly he'd let it go. Other heroes had risen to fill his place. Good ones, competent ones. People he'd helped train who actually got what heroism meant. The system was working without him, which is exactly what he'd wanted. Daddy? Hikari came over, beetle carefully cupped in her hands. What's this? That's a beetle. An insect. They're very strong for their size. Strong like you? Izuku smiled. Sure, strong like me. Hikari carefully put the beetle down, watched it scurry away. Then she looked up at her father with those green eyes, eyes that carried his intensity but not his ghosts. When I grow up, I'm going to be strong too, and protect people, like you did. Izuku's throat tightened. He pulled her into a hug. You can be whatever you want to be, sweetheart, but you don't have to be strong. You don't have to fight. You just have to be happy. That's enough. But what if I want to be a hero? Then I'll support you, and teach you, and make sure you're prepared. He looked into her eyes seriously. But I'll also make sure you know when to stop, when to choose happiness over duty, when to remember that being human is more important than being powerful. Okay? Okay. Hikari squirmed free, already distracted by a butterfly. Mina leaned against Izuku's shoulder. You're doing great, you know, at the whole dad thing. Thanks. I'm making it up as I go. Aren't we all? They stayed like that for a while. Just existing, just being a family. Nothing complicated, nothing dramatic, just normal life. Izuku Midoriya, the Flame Alchemist who'd burned down a corrupt system and rebuilt it from ashes, had finally found what he'd been searching for across 2 lifetimes: peace. Not the peace of victory or the peace of the grave, but the simple, honest peace of being home, of being loved, of being more than just a weapon. He'd fought wars, toppled governments, changed the world, and now he got to just be a father, a husband, a person. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The end. In a cemetery in Musutafu, 2 graves sit side by side. One is empty, meant for a girl who'd been tortured and killed by the heroes who should have saved her. The other holds ashes of a boy who'd thought power made him invincible. No one visits these graves anymore. The cemetery is forgotten, overgrown, lost to time. But on warm afternoons, when the light hits right, if you look closely at the empty grave, you might see flowers, fresh ones. Chrysanthemums, someone remembers. Someone always remembers. Someone who learned that the hardest battles aren't won with fire and fury. They're won by choosing to be human, by protecting the vulnerable, by building futures instead of just burning pasts. Someone who finally found peace after 2 lifetimes of war. The Flame Alchemist rests now. His flames extinguished, his wars over, his reforms complete, and in their place, just a man, a father. A human being who chose happiness over duty one final time. That's the real victory. Not the battles won or systems reformed, just the choice to live, finally, at last. Peace.
The Chronos Legend roster. Huge respect to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro heroes, the elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. Rathakit, Dylan the Proud, D.I., Fire 05. Symbol of peace. the pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundation solid and the hype alive. Yam, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Amuri B, Kenneth Ponteris, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Toxic Rune, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKETR, Corey Tokars, Yan, Zero Hope 3656, Devin Black, Crow, Roberto Ramos de Cristina, Dasher Games, Ray von Crimson River, Dante Alistar, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert. Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact shines across the galaxy. Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Kashawn, Debbie Vo, Gvizzlns 21, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ike Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Quan Yen Thompson, Juan, Zeno KJ. And that's how you write an OP protagonist who doesn't give a damn about your feelings. If you want the next one, smash that subscribe button right now. Drop a comment telling me which snap was the coldest. I'll see you legends in the next one. Peace.